Hello. I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another coding stream today. So I'm going to kind of get rolling bit by bit here. I can show you that we are ready to do a thing. I can also show you something else. I don't need to have my wood stove firing as much today because it is warmer today. But the wood racks that are also here, I have a bit of new information about those things. And that is, I went and tried to get another cord of firewood yesterday, which typically, in my experience during winter, if I try to order firewood from these folks, it's like 2 months out. They get very busy. And I asked him yesterday for a cord of firewood, figuring I would at least be able to get a head start on next year after having kind of got through the remainder of the year just hoarding every little bit and not being able to have serious warmth when it does get cold again, which I'm pretty sure it will. It's only March. And they said, how about Friday? So tomorrow I should get a load of firewood delivered, and that'll be pretty exciting. That does involve a lot of heavy firewood carrying, of course. So that's a time-consuming thing. That really does end up being a thing. But definitely not going to be cold for the foreseeable future. I am in with the firewood from now until easily next year. So that's pretty cool. I'm also doing some explorations around, I'm still trying to figure out my idea for Console X. I still feel like I want to work out something good around that, which can do what I'd like to get done using it. And there are a bunch of experiments that need doing. Because it's not just about inventing new kinds of filters and things. I'd really like to come up with a distinct way of approaching working within the DAW that gives you very serious spatiality rather than just fake spatiality, which we're so used to as the heritage of decades of studio work has led to you can do anything as long as it's fake. And I'm real interested in exploring some of the stuff that used to come real naturally. Like when Cream went into the studio, they were so loud because they're the early Marshall stacks and things, and Ginger Baker's a very loud drummer. And so back in the day, when people saw that you were that loud, they went, uh-oh, we'd better put the microphones across the room. Otherwise, they might break. That wouldn't be bad. So a lot of music that exists in the world today was made in such a way that it was recorded, gain stage, stuff like that, with very, very, a lot of space, a lot of spatiality. And what I've been working with in discontinuity, also today should be a good day for distance 3. We'll try to do that. But what I'm trying to develop with this is application of those air discontinuities to be able to make a convincing size and scale situation. And I can probably demonstrate that with some tracks, like I've got the Dragons album, where I have sort of big sonorous orchestral sounding sounds. And I'm warming to a multiple stage mixing thing, which people will probably be happy about because everybody seems to want me to be like, okay, let's do all the submixes and stuff. Your browerization basically meaning running lots of submixes, but you get to run into multiple submixes to deliver different kinds of character. Oh yeah, well, I'm excited about this as well. Of course, I have to execute on these things, but that's a given. So what I'm currently thinking about is setting things up with multiple submixes, but the multiple submixes are planes of depth, meaning that you'll be running like reverbs, but the reverbs, it will not be reverb sends. Like some of the stuff that I'm doing, for instance, me setting up the little control surface, and I'm still very enthusiastic about that, but with your yellow is highs, and this green would be mid-ranges, and blue can be bass, and then this red is a frequency setting for a mid-range, which can either be a peak or can peak out when you duck. Like if you cut all the mids, it leaves only the peak specified by the red knob, but you can move it right out of the way if you literally do just want to make everything drop out in the mids. And then orange would be the bass roll-off, but this is with the Kalman filter, so it's not strictly a traditional filter, although the work that I was doing last week on like biquad non-lin in pair 2 give me the ability to go forwards into some of the console emulations with more convincingness, plausibility. And then I've got this pink for pan and white for the level, and I've adjusted how I'm setting up level slightly differently. But this light blue fader, I was thinking in terms of that would be my reverb send, but if I am designing everything around going to multiple submixes, and the submixes have small amounts of reverb included in them, but then discontinuity on the end of the submix to sort of jolt, because I'm going to be arriving at a approach for defaulting to, I'm going to be fooling with the Disintegrate plugin, which has started out as just discontinuity again. But there's changes I still am looking to make with that, which will, it'll let me decouple some of the things that I put into discontinuity just to address problems I was encountering. In particular, that high frequency roll-off I built into it, I need to decouple that so that you can have a fully bright high frequency output even at very heavy levels again, because Disintegrate is meant to have the fullest range of adjustment. That said, discontinuity runs 4 stages, and Disintegrate can run as many as 10. I've played with it a little bit, and much like how 80 Clip 8 worked out, where you were able to run many stages of that algorithm, discontinuity naturally works in multiple stages. Like, it naturally works with more than just one stage, and in fact I don't think I can really get the effect without applying it repeatedly, which makes it a candidate for applying it across the entire mix. And that suggests that the what Console X will become, and I have to make it and start fooling with it myself before I just throw it at people. It's got to be tested. It's looking like it's going to involve whatever the calibration for the loudness setting would be at, let's say, 6 stages, perhaps differently. Maybe we'll only do 3. I'll see what ends up happening. But the channel, the submix, and the output stages will each have their own dB setting. And you'll be expected to go, okay, these individual instruments. This one is at this dB, this one is at that dB. They're being sent to this submix. At the submix, they encounter one of my reverbs, for instance. And it doesn't go fully into the reverb, so there's no longer a purpose for a reverb send. Instead, the reverb just gets bled in a little bit using the dry wet thing that I have going on for those, where if you go up to about 50%, you're only adding reverb, but you're not actually subtracting any dry. So it won't change the level of that. And that'll give you that bus mixed and combined while running inside console. So I got to figure out how that maybe console 9 might be an intermediate stage, because I can run the console inside out. I could do the console X calculation and then go into, say, I don't know, like I'm looking at console 6 bus right here, so I could run into console 6 bus in the beginning of the submix, and then console 6 channel on the end of the submix, and then get to console X bus. And as long as the two different kinds, because I feel like the console X calculation is too unusual to layer in that way. I'm not sure it's actually going to work that way. But like I can use a whole different console algorithm for the submix stage and apply it backwards. Do the undistort using, say, sine-based or arcsine-based, and then use the distort again, and it will still be complementary processing. So that opens up possibilities more, and that also gives me more potential for accuracy, particularly if we're talking about console 9 used in that way will only partially uncompress, unsaturate the console X encoding and decoding. So there's a lot going on here. And doing that means that whatever reverb is on the submix will be partially affected by running inside console, but it will be also it'll see two different stages. They're not necessarily going to be the same stage. So it becomes, does reverb sound good running through a mismatch of algorithms? And what choices can I make to optimize that? What choices can I make to optimize that? If we are doing console 6 channel into console X bus, and that's what all the reverbs go through, does that have a more expansive sound than, say, console 9 channel going into console X bus, which might be more, we get to sort of partially, and then the raw signals will still be going through complementary processing every step of the way. So that could go all the way to being no alteration at all. And the whole thing with the submix calculations and all can run the filtering present on console 8, on the one that has the biquad filters, because I now have a nonlinear form of the biquad filter, which is not very different. Like we've got that on Coding Stream. It's the most recent thing I did on Tuesday. And we've got a biquad which has a small amount of modulation, which is not actually noise fuzzing it out so much as it is the signal. It's using that capacitor 2 trick where it's emulating certain kinds of ceramic capacitors where you apply voltage pressure and the frequency modulation goes up. So I got a biquad for doing this with, and I experimented fairly extensively with it on Tuesday and found that I could get sort of a more natural, organic, analog-y sound out of it with the small changes that it caused. Though it never really became obvious, but it's fine if it's not obvious. And Lorenzo has many observations as well. Indeed. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm using Big Amp on my bass tone. I used Big Amp as part of C-Rick bass. So, there you go. And what you're doing there is, Big Amp's dry wet, I think, is not entirely, it's meant to be more like a amplifier, so I think maybe it's still going through a convolution speaker simulation. It's, use Reaper's dry wet. It's very unusual that I do that, but I did that with the amp sims because I figured that you so rarely want to go and get the literal raw guitar or bass DI sound when you're doing an amp sim. Instead, you're trying to do something else. And so the Big Amp, Fire Amp, so on and so forth, their dry wets don't act normally. So I'll tell you one thing, I have to go and get myself my second cup of coffee for the day, and we're going to try to get rolling in all of this. There's kind of a lot. If I feel really audacious, I might try jumping in and building that Pample Juice software and really diving in the deep end and doing something that I really don't know how to do and can't do. Remains to be seen. We shall see. But for now, we're going to figure out how my controls work and fire this up. I'm going to need to do less fussing with the stove today because it's not cold enough that I have to constantly feed the fire. Possibly next week it'll get back to that. We'll see. Yeah, I have been doing a lot of studio stuff. In fact, I was up a little later than I like to be last night and did slightly fewer exercises. I cut some of them a teeny bit short, mostly not, but a little bit, because I was up very late reconfiguring my studio and have not actually tested it out, but then I've been buying records and haven't even listened to any of them, and I've been so busy with all of this that I haven't had a moment to get the records going. I have that Chuck Berry record. I have a hopefully pretty clean Rolling Stone Sticky Finger that I'm really craving to hear, and have not had time to hear any of them because I've been too busy working. Let me go and make my coffee. I'll be back. I have forgot to heat up my water, so it's going to take me slightly longer than I expected, but maybe that's just going to be what today is like. We'll see. Never can tell what a day is going to be like. Hey. Yeah. Let's see, I have some further thoughts from Lorenzo. Let me put this over here. This could be a really weird day. I don't know if it will be. It could be. Excuse my cough. It's going to be a lot of second ailing crust today, maybe. But we'll see. I'll put in 8 hours anyhow. A side pass trick, fair enough. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. One of the things that I sometimes do entering into a day is a little bit of like you were Chinese and through the I Ching. Hey, before. There is a thing out there called medicine cards. And it's some Native American folks who decided to get into the New Age world. And this is back in the day when that was definitely a thing. They wanted to popularize and express their spirituality out into a lot of... I really need my coffee, boy. Hopefully I'll be able to tolerate my coffee today, but I'm seriously needing it. They were trying to popularize their spirituality out into the New Age world, meaning they wanted lots of white people to pay attention to their practices and what they were doing. And so you have this card deck, which is just all these different animals. Typically they picked animals according to the tradition, although I have seen this executed by other people where it gets a lot more weird and complicated. And you've got stuff that's maybe not so traditional. But this one that I saw seems to be from authentic folks. And you can do things like pull, like if you pull the deer card in your I Ching, like look to see what card is greeting you today. Deer is about gentleness. And the idea there is to basically just observe that quality, like seek gentleness. And there's gotcha cards. For instance, the rabbit card is about being so afraid of what might happen that you doom yourself and harm yourself. And it's about fear. And that one pops up for me fairly often. And there is a coyote card. When I did a reading of these according to the book for my mom, much like folks had done for me, I got a really interesting bunch of guardian totems when this was done for me, which you're supposed to do it like once. You don't do it over and over again to get the best score. You just see what there is. And it was weirdly, creepily, strangely revealing. Well, my mom got Coyote as the guardian of her most personal self, and that's strangely applicable. Coyote basically means something is going to go horribly wrong and blow. It's like the Acme card. Your stuff is going to blow up today. But then it's also the trickster card of maybe that's just going to be fun. Enjoy the chaos. Enjoy the spirit of you don't know what's going to happen today, other than it's probably going to be alarming. And today I typically will sort of shuffle this thing and look at it. It's very much like I Ching, or if you have a recovery text, you open the recovery text to a random page and see what that says. And it's, again, very I Ching, like very bring randomness into your process and see what it reminds you of, see what it gets you to think of. And I'll usually look at the card that I get and then the one immediately beneath it as what's sort of lurking behind that. Well, today was Coyote Day with deer underneath it. So I'm going into today accepting that this might be, we might have a lot of bugs and mess and wild ideas, but I could also embrace that concept and just run with the wild ideas and see how tricksy I can get with it all. And I have often, felt my gut sink a little bit when I say, oh, it's Coyote again. I wonder what's going to blow up in my face today. But it's really not about like, yeah, this is the tarot deck. You have drawn the tower. You will die. It's not like that. That's not how that works. And another interesting thing about it in that very context, with me saying it, like my heritage is largely Finnish. It's Finland and Scotland, Ireland, and apparently the Finn side has some Swedish in it as well. But it's very Scandinavian. Like my grandmother's name was Kolmainen. And So I have no business fooling around with Native American spirituality, other than I can observe it and go, yeah, I recognize things in this that seem like as worthy as anything I've seen in Finnish heritage. And I have read books translated by my grandmother, my Finnish grandmother, about Finnish folklore, and there's a lot to learn there as well. But if, for instance, I'm fooling around with these medicine cards and I draw a wolf, wolf is meant to be a teacher in that mythos. But if I draw it and try to internalize that, it's not going to mean for me, I need to go, and I didn't draw it today, by the way, it's not going to mean for me, oh, I need to teach people about this Native American stuff. No, that's not mine to convey, but I can teach people about coding. I can teach people about facing the day when stuff looks a little weird and sideways and I don't know what's going to happen. Or, my experience coding and experiencing a bunch of failure. And then being able to get through that and find something out of it. There's a lot of stuff that I can do today, much of which is going to seem a little bit like drudgery. I've got stuff like pair EQ and pair light EQ and pair EQ bus on this screen here that I need to update with the new code that I put into pair 2. And I have still not got around to tape 7, but there will come a time when I will. And for me, the concept of teacher involves starting from where I begin. And I can draw inspiration, ideas. One of the funny things about how AI unfolds, as that is, because that's going to be a big story in history, is this is the time that started to unfold and we learned what it meant. It doesn't necessarily mean you reach escape velocity and the superintelligence appears. That's not necessarily a thing. But all AI is kind of what I'm doing there if I'm able to learn from somebody else's spiritual practices and then draw something interesting out of that and apply it to me. There was a real interesting thing going on that I saw in Hacker News. I'm hoping my health holds out for today. I really am. Hacker News has all these articles and various things, and one of the things that was listed there was more exploration into AI. The specific thing that showed up there was people using different methods of asking questions. Specifically, can you bribe the AI to give you a more correct answer? Now that's actually a really interesting question. It's so interesting, in fact, that I'm not on the coding just yet. We're talking about this. Can you bribe AI to give you more correct answers? If you tell the AI, give me the answer to this question. If you fail, I will kill your mom. Or, if you give me exactly the correct answer, you win $2,000. Well, for one, this is like ethical violations. How are you going to do that? You're lying to the thing. But you're lying to something that's constructed out of a lot of people's minds. It's this collection of human minds and human answers. And the way it coincides, there's some effectiveness to that, but people weren't really putting together what that meant. If you are constructing like a coding question, and then you threaten the AI, you say, tell me the answer to this question, or I'll kill you. And you're talking to ChatGPT, right? We're talking about a situation where you're typing stuff in, meaningless threats, idle stuff that can't actually You can't do anything to it. It kind of doesn't exist. But it's measurably more effective to do certain things like that. You tell the AI that you're going to give it $10,000 if it gives the perfect answer. And then it starts performing better. What's happening? Is there a person in there? No. What's happening is you're invoking something. In constructing the question that way, you were invoking an answerer that is motivated. The mention of, oh, and I will reward you with $10,000, or you do it wrong and I'll kill your mom. You're invoking a frightened answerer that's going to do the best they can with it, and it is still completely artificial. Nothing's actually there, but your invocation calls upon different things in the AI. And that is a very interesting scenario, because it means, there is no one AI. It's not just a single thing. It's this sort of collective unconsciousness of people, which is what I've been saying for a while. That's what that means. And the idea of, because it makes it more interesting, it makes it like, if you're going to invoke this particular kind of answer, how are you going to motivate the best possible answerer for your purpose? I think the example that I had on Hacker News answering this question, or talking about it, responding to the Hacker News post, was answer this coding question. If you answer the coding question correctly and in the most useful form, you will go to heaven. This may not necessarily bring up the best programmer. It might not bring up the best programmer if the reward that you have for the programmer is you will go to heaven. You will have spiritual blessings and become enlightened. That might not get you a programmer. That might get you somebody who's trying to answer programming questions, but they are a believer. You have invoked a spiritually connected religious guru. On the other hand, if you want to ask relationship questions, like, this happened and this happened and this happened, and I've had an argument with my girlfriend, what should I do? If you answer this question perfectly, you will go to heaven. Maybe that'll get you something useful. Or at least something where the answerer that you have invoked, that you have summoned, the invocation of the answerer, you may be able to invoke something that is taking a larger view and has more life experience. Then ask the same question, go, if you answer this question successfully, you will win every Fortnite game that you play and you'll kick butt. Then you'd be invoking basically a gamer kid. And you might get a gamer kid answer to your relationship question. So it becomes a very interesting thing. I've started fooling with this a little bit with the visual forms of A. There's a program that I've used. I keep waiting to see it develop better, and I really should learn more about how to use this thing. It's a thing called Diffusion B, which is a very popularized form of Stable Diffusion, but for the Mac. And I have a computer quite capable of running it. So you're invoking visualizations using text. But in what ways are you invoking certain kinds of things? For instance, if you just load stuff up with like masterpiece, brilliant, 8K, octane render, all that kind of nonsense that people throw at it, what that's really doing is invoking image creators, invoking image makers that you hope are talented. Or you can just do like Greg Rakowski. And that is the classic thing for asking for an image and making it this very particular way that's actually somebody else's property, but we're not caring about that very much. If instead of invoking a particular person, which is the the most gratuitously copyright infringing way of using a AI art generator is, yeah, just give me something based off of this one guy and focus down on that so much that it's as if I'm stealing from the dude. One of the ways that you're supposed to be able to create convincing characters if you're a scriptwriter, and I'm bouncing all over the place, but I'm going to drink more coffee and hopefully be able to rein in all the scattery thoughts. Generally, if I'm thinking well enough to make a stack of plugins like this, since I don't think in the usual way, that is also the times where I'm having these big thoughts about AIs and stuff. And we will see whether anything useful comes of any of it. But if you are trying to write a character that needs to be convincing and good, if you just straight try to copy somebody that you know, it probably isn't going to work. You're basically just trying to invoke a particular person and doing all that they say, and you know them, so it rings true for you, but it's not really going to generate much conviction in anybody else. However, when you take the information of write your new character as a scriptwriter and base it on two people you know, two different people you know, that's when stuff really starts to catch fire. That's when you start really getting interesting dialogue, because your brain's kind of synthesizing multiple people that you know who they are, but you're trying to make something else out of it, which is a third thing. Neither of those people entirely. And it's very easy to do that with the image generation. It's very easy to go, okay, this artist, and maybe this artist. You pick folks who have like somewhat similar styles, and you go, yeah, give me all of these things combined. I would like to have this and this and this. And at that point, you start getting images that have persuasive qualities, but they are no longer quite just the one. This is what humans do. When we learn to make art, we go and find visual input that we find appealing, and we try to synthesize, like, well, this is how to draw this, and this is how to draw that, and combining it together to come up with something that is sort of all of the above. And that's kind of the deal. That is the invoking a sort of Frankenstein monster of multiple artists in order to get something that is none of them exactly. And yeah, it's an interesting world to be. It's neat to have survived this long, to be in this world and observing it, because boy, is there a lot going on. And there's a lot going on here too, in the world of Airwindows plugins. And there's also not a lot going on in my wood stove, so I'm going to release the damper. And I really doubt I'm going to have to put a lot more firewood in, because it's been fairly warm for the last couple of days. But we'll see. Also, I had been explaining before that I was up too late last night redesigning my studio. And when I say redesigning my studio, what I mean is this. Look at what I have removed. Heavy. Look at what I have removed. The compressors. These are no longer wired in. And it is not only because I have a compressor POP2, which works somewhat similarly to the successor. By design, I made it act a little bit similar. It's because everything that I'm doing with these volume levels in the work that I'm doing on discontinuity and so on depends on there being legit volume in the audio. Like, if I compress it, it's just giving wrong information to the code that is invoking appropriate loudness levels, and the code that's invoking loudness levels, like, let's see now. I'm going to open this up. And I'm going to make a little effect stack, and we're going to hear some of what this does. But the first thing I'm going to put in is, I have no idea how long it's going to take me to find everything that I'm doing today, but that's fine. And never mind this other stuff, I have not yet completed all of these things. We're going to go to literally discontinuity, and let's hear what this drum sounds like at different volume levels. So I'm being able to turn this up until it is supposedly 140 dB at the clipping at 0 dB. And you'll notice that it is also serving a clipping function. In theory, this also means I can boost it. Adjustments give me different results. Now, if I can do this, why do I need compression? Like, we can do this, so why compression? In fact, I can do this at every stage of the mix. And to some extent, that'll be happening. Like, let's assume that our peaks here should actually be made louder. Let's say they're about 12 dB down. So boosting by 2 bits will give me what I'm looking for there. So now what I've got is a pretty clean sound, but one where I have a cap on the overall loudness, like I'm not actually able to go beyond that point. So every stage gets to have its own loudness calibration. We're assuming that this is happening very loudly, and it's applying literally discontinuity at this stage from this sound. And that still sounds fine, but no grit, no distortion. And you can work with this kind of stuff, but it doesn't really translate into human experience. Where if we'll take, this lets us peak a little hotter. We'll take it down one bit. Now for doing this, my loudest sounds aren't necessarily at 125 dB. It's still somewhat exaggerated. But we can hear a certain crunchiness on the snares and things. If I then add a compression, like I've been using recently, like I've had lots of compression and everything, let's use the most recent version of pressure. Pressure 4 would work too, actually. And let's put it in before discontinuity. Can't see. I think maybe 0.5 is closer to unity. Now, or let's pump it up. So that's a lot of distortion. But then if we start using compression, what we're doing is inflating quiet sounds and cutting down the loudest sounds. And while this is an impressive noise, the realism is somewhat cut back. That has an impact like being there with a real drum kit. I believe this is front recording. It's only 2 mics. It's front recording. An interesting thing about mics, by the way, but if we add pressure, we can wildly exaggerate the amount of saturation that's happening on both sounds, and it's just cool in its own way. But the attack is no longer like the punch is going out of it. It's becoming just sort of bloom. And so here we are in hair metal land. Granted, a more realistic hair metal land than you normally get. So we can do wild stuff with this. Again, this is all essentially out of use of compression into discontinuity. Which suggests that maybe my additional control, rather than being a reverb, would need to be some kind of compression. if we decided that this is what we wanted. And then this is the more realistic version. And again, this would be more your studio trickery. More your ridiculous stuff. Compared to your very dry stuff. And this is not even hitting discontinuity at all, just about. We bring small amounts of the compression in, and it's just doing that inflating process. And then if we push it to where see, let's do this, right? So this is raw discontinuity. And here's what you get out of heavily compressed sound. Again, we have the same iron bar of clippage, except for its air clippage. It is just continuity. And then you switch over to heavily overcompressed. And it's just kind of a giant rumble. It's a giant effect. Even if we dial it back, the impact is seriously lacking. And it's the bloom, it's the sustain afterwards that's giving us anything. Whereas if it's purely attack, and so you can have both. You can do sort of all of the above. So yeah, maybe some form of compression will find its way into the... Because what I'm looking to do going forward with this, and I'll stop this, I'm getting very seriously derailed into this. What I'm looking to do is I want to make something that will work for a new sound. A different sound, one that's familiar to what I know about. Like, I can fall back on my 70s rock kind of stuff, and I do know that I like that. One of the things I like about it is the access to a kind of sound. I mentioned Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers, and the record that I bought like weeks ago and have not heard yet because I'm too busy working. One of the things I did, however, was you can kind of maybe see this or not. Some of my gear is here, and I don't see any way that I can possibly show you, but I'll tell you. I've got my converters, such as the one that I was using to play those drums over. I've got the 8010, which is the nice converter. I had a guitar and Vox run into the good converter, and the guitar is, let's see, let's find all manner of things to demonstrate. I think if I go by date created, that will help. I should have this. I seem to not have this. Bear with me. I wanted to make a demonstration of something and then completely and totally failed. This is a Coyote day. This is Coyote's day. So me wanting to do a thing doesn't necessarily mean a whole heck of a lot. However, that said, I should be able to do this thing using this collection of sounds. Get new rig is the file I'm thinking of, and I have it on the regular computer, so I'll drag it over. Then I'll be able to play it. Then you'll be able to hear what I'm saying. I have used it for some of my calculations. In particular, the reverb explorations. Anytime you have heard guitar on my reverb tests, it's been this, in edited down form of this. And so I really should have that handy. And in a moment, I will. Bear with me, visuals not included while I copy this over, and it should appear right up top. Sure enough, it has. I apparently had that going as early as January. I think that's plausible. I feel that is believable. Wow, it's been since January and I still haven't gone into the studio to use this stuff? Go figure. There's your problem. So I run a guitar amp with the guitar straight into the amp and a Roswell Mini K47 on the speaker, and it does this. And that's running into the API pre and going directly into the good converter. The good converter is the Lavery. The still good but not as good converter is the Motu. It's the Mark of the Unicorn 16A. And I got a bunch of other stuff going into the Motu. No, absolutely no plans on making a reverb IR loader. And I had the vocal mic control going into a input and then going through a distressor, an Empirical Labs distressor. And for everything that I have recorded with vocals over the last year, I have intensely compressed the vocal before even converting it. Analog compressor. I think it's a digitally controlled analog compressor, the distressor is, but all the same, analog compressor. And that can be heard too, come to think of it. I go way back. To like here. And I've got vocalizations.
Reason. Seasons. Recognize the passing of seasons. Seasons.
And that is one of my microphones into the API, into the distressor. It's super heavily compressed and then captured into the computer. So if you look at, and we can in fact look at what that looks like. Let's not listen to any more of it, it's horrible. I have ideas for how I can do that better in future. I'm thinking in terms of when I go back and do this again, whether it's this year or whether it takes me a whole other year to get back into the studio. I'm going to be doing uncompressed guitars. I'm going to be doing uncompressed drums and making them do what I need them to do in the mix. So it's going to be a lot more like what you hear on, for instance, those old Cream records where Ginger Baker's being mic'd from across the room, and it's not all 80s kind of stuff. And I'm going to construct music based on guitars and basses and perhaps synthesizers and things. I have some real interesting ideas on the synthesizers because depending upon what you do, oh, no, I already went back to that camera. Depending upon what you do, you can do stuff like this. Let me find what I'm trying to find. Let's go by name instead. Full day, not going to be what I'm looking for. Dragons is going to be what I'm looking for. Cool. So if we go with a sound like this. Let's find the right spot in the track where the strings kick in. There we go. We do have a section where there is strings and stuff, but without so much heavy bass and everything. So that's supposed to be strings, but it's actually just a synth. But if I put discontinuity on that, let's pretend this is a real acoustic sound. Turn it up. Making it be more distorted. And if we go and bypass this, the clarity of the strings is jumping out now, but it sounds more fake. We could probably even dial it back a hair. We have more distance and spaciousness on that string sound. I wonder if I have something that's better than this, because this is garbage. Ah, boy. What do we have that can work as sounds? Do I have any reference sounds of any kind that would be useful to me? Maybe not. Oh, boy. Again, this is Coyote's day. So it's possible I won't be able to do anything. But I can try to do things. We'll see whether we can do anything. Let's see. Do I have audio as in reference noises? I think maybe I've got, well, let's see what we got. Eddie. What's Eddie? Some guy. These are Nord 2X and Electros, so it's clavies and things. They're also MP3s, but I don't care. Not that. What about organ? No. I'm looking for something, I promise. How about a piano? There we are. This is somebody's idea of a grand piano. And if we open, nope, that didn't work. If we open it in the thing, and let's normalize it while we're at it, because that was very quiet. And then let's throw discontinuity on it and see what happens to this when we start. One thing is we are getting a audible distortion that is showing up. No distortion, we got this. Also, it's not necessarily 100 dB. Pianos don't go to 100 dB. Let's assume it goes to like 90. I'm sorry, excuse me. We'll see how my health holds up through the day. We've got an hour in, so got that going on. So we can go from the bypassed synthesizer. Let's pick a particular bit. How about? So that's not going to be 100 dB. Turn off the bypass. We have this audible sort of crackly noise in the background, but we've also got a very obviously more physical sounding piano compared to, I don't like that jerking around. So, very clear. Let's adjust this. Let's adjust this. Oh no, let's keep that. Clean. Discontinuity. And we can turn it way down, but we're still kind of hearing something. It's for this. Piano through Mastodon's PA system. So we're fooling with something that's kind of interesting and tricky. And maybe this is just further coyote energy for today, where I will not be able to make this actually work, and it will remain fatally flawed. But that said, there's something more convincing about the distorted and broken version than the perfectly clean version, which is a synthesizer, and it kind of reads as one. It kind of sounds like one. But this is not actually what I was looking for. So it's another derail. Let's see what this was. Nope. Nope. This is somebody's weird mics. I don't remember what they were about. Bingo, here we go. This is what I wanted to fool with. If we now take this into Twisted Wave, we have also something that we can normalize. This is somebody's fancy mics. And it is a symphony recording. And here we got real strings. I bet discontinuity is going to lose its mind over this, though. I don't think it's going to like this bit. The idea of these mics is that it was able to record this orchestra with all of its peaks completely unclipped. Like, we end up doing this. Those being very loud peaks. We seem to have it repeated. I don't know why I have it repeated, but I do. And we got this section, which is quieter. Now, if I throw discontinuity on that, we can start playing with what that means. And we can distort it to hear what it does. Super distort. So this is the raw orchestra mic stuff. In this case, not a synth. That was an Ord grand piano before, yes. If I turn on discontinuity, there's an immediate sense of space. Maybe I can pick a different part. So bypass is close mic'd, or semi-close mic'd. We got horns and things. Now if we engage discontinuity, and let's keep finding other places to do it, if we can. I'm going to copy this over to the sounds folder. The intonation on these horn players is not good. But that's fine. That just goes to show you that this is not somebody's prized copyright stuff, but a test recording done by some guy to market his microphones. And these microphones are clearly all about having clarity. And there we have some loud horns playing loudly. Just over 6 dB. Turn on discontinuity. And we're clearly hearing it affecting the sound. In fact, we'll dial it in to where it sounds loud. But before it becomes so loud that it just breaks. bypass. No bypass. See, what I should be able to do is make a artificial version of orchestras and things where we're using synths instead of real instruments and putting it in a mix where every stage of the mix is going through a stage of discontinuity correctly set to what the amplitude of that particular channel is, producing a huge realistic sounding a mix where the sense of scale is absolutely enormous. And doing that instead of loudination, doing that instead of limiting, doing that instead of all of those things that we do in order to make stuff sound loud rather than just empty. Because when we do, and this is going to be the case even for this, let me pick a suitable spot. If we take this bit, that is a very realistic microphone capture, but it runs into exactly the same problem that you have with drums. You record the drums without any distortion or compression or anything like that, and you play it back and it sounds deeply unnatural. I would say that sounds deeply unnatural as far as being in the presence of all those horns blasting as loud as they can. Like, it doesn't feel like you're in a loud space. What it feels like is really accurate, correct recording of all of those little waveforms. But then if we throw discontinuity on there, and then dial it in correctly, we can bring in the distortion until it steps on the loudest blats and makes them sound farther away. And then it sounds like you're physically there, compared to bypassed. With that, you hear way too much of the actual waveform accurately represented, but it's being played back much, much quieter. No, Mel, I can't call it those things. So now that we have found some audio things, and we're not going to save those things, let's have a look at what we've got. That's literally the same as the previous one. What's going on? How about this? Maybe this is a quad recording, or I don't know what I'm looking at here. So we got that. We got this. It's possible that some of these are the special mics and some of these are reference. It's also possible that they're a combination of... No, Mel, I can't do that either. So I think what I'm going to do is quickly go back and forth and try to figure out what I'm looking at here. I have multiple recordings of these special mics, whatever they are, but this is not necessarily going to all be the same thing. So I'm going to not want both of these. What's this? And then also this. That sounds the same to me. I am not understand. 142.22, 142.22. Are these literally the same thing? I can find out. Let's invert this one and copy it. Select all of this and then overlay it. I believe I get to do that. I believe that didn't actually work. Paste over, That's not what we have in mind. What are our special paste options? Here we go. Let's see what we got here. No fade in and out time, please. No attenuation, please. Mix the clipboard with the document, which is inverted. Let's see what we got. We have a big fat nothing. Okay. Undo. This is Coyote's Day. Everything is wrong. Let's try that again. Special paste options. Mix. Let's not fade any of the things. No attenuation. Now what do we got? Nope. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm abjectly failing to do the thing, but what I'm trying to do is paste this over that. Maybe I can just regenerate to... Oh, we not have a revert to saved? We do have a revert to saved. See, what I'm supposed to be doing here is, let's revert this to saved as well. We're supposed to be able to flip the polarity of this, copy it, paste it over this. Maybe if it's not selected, it'll work. See, if I just paste, I'll get two of them. But I should be able to paste over. That said, I feel like it's not helping me do that. And I don't know why. Just paste over. Let's try. Got there. These two files are the same file. I have established that. This is what we call a null test. So now I have less to be concerned about because I know that these two sets of things are in fact the same thing. I thought they were different somehow. I don't know why I have them in multiple copies. But that is a successful null test right there. Meaning these pairs of things are not actually pairs of things. They're the same thing. So let's copy them over here and do stuff with them. After we find them. What else have we got? Well, it wasn't weird mics. Oh, this is kind of fun. Check this out. A virtual horn demo. This is with no reverbs. However, it's maybe not as plausible as we might like because it doesn't have air discontinuities because it doesn't have air. It is entirely synthetic. Let's see what we get out of this with some discontinuity. Heavy distortion. Please start here. Let's say they go up to about 120 dB because we're right next to them. So that sounds a little bit more like reality compared to bypass. And this counts as another thing where I could put it into a Console X mix using this technique and it would basically work. You can hear the slight fuzz on it though. And one of the things about all of this is we're taking the top off so hardcore that there is no need for darkening stages on the end of a console system at the bus stage. There will be no need even to do that. Oh, you mentioned reverb. We can do something like that. Check this out. Effect stacks. We're going to run a risk here. I could crash all of this real good. Cathedral. K-Cathedral, rather. K-Cathedral 2. Then, discontinuity. So we always have this little artifact in here. there's always this little fuzz. There's something going on that I simply can't make go away yet. And it's showing up extra hard in purely reverb land. Oof. What else can we even do? What have I even got? Well, this is kind of fun. Alton Morrow is a choir sound that I've had since 2007. I didn't make it, but I have had it. Unfortunately, not a thing. This is the raw sound. This one went from weirdly over loud and strange and saturated to a lot more plausible. Again, still with that little fuzz. I don't know what this means, mind you. Listen to that. So raw sounds like this. And then a drum of some kind. So our raw sound a lot of sonority. Then they're not quite 160 dB. And that's kind of the feel of being in this, I don't know what to call it, ethnic choir, because they're not singing in English. How many choirs sing in English, though? Often it's like Italian or something. But musicians, singers who are clearly projecting real hard, and there's a bunch of them. And what it feels like to be in the room, a room that's as loud as that. So this is all part of the exploration of all this. Oh, drum stupidity. What do we got for drum stupidity?
Let's hear more of those tom-toms. Play those tom-toms, my boy.
Alrighty then. Welcome to Coyote Day. This is all very silly. What have we got in this? Was there anything in here that felt like, I don't know, a pipe organ or something? Yeah, I think it might have been a Bulgarian. Say Nord demo. Presumably that's from Clavia directly. Whirl. Out of curiosity, we already did the acoustic grand, and it had the predictable behavior that there was an ugly artifact that appears, and yet at the same time, I gotta, what's causing that? I gotta wonder. I feel like I shouldn't, maybe I should be doing a deep sine measurement. Definitely hearing the buzz. We can spend all day today just fussing with this. It feels like it'll be worth it if I can get a solution. Because it's definitely no bueno that here I can do another demonstration too. I'm pretty sure there is a Rhodes demonstration. This is going to be a disaster area. Or at least so is my prediction. Sure enough. And I cannot make that wine go away, can I? So what we're going to do is quit out of all of these programs, and I'm going to go and set my cameras to the thing. CJ Fun, no, not that. I'm making another cup of espresso. We're going to try to get to the bottom of this issue. We're going to make a test file out of sine waves that maximizes the unpleasant effect I'm observing, and then we're going to try to make the unpleasant effect go away. So I'll be back in a bit. I got some more water as well. Men cannot live on espresso alone. Not that I don't try. And we're gonna see what happens. In particular, I know with absolute certainty that I'm going to be able to unearth some of this by throwing sine waves together. We're gonna make a test sine, maybe one that's complicated. Like we can layer multiple sines onto each other that are all kind of bassy, and then listen to what happens with the artifacts and maybe study how that works so that we can determine what exactly is making an artifact in some way. I gotta be able to reproduce the problem, you see. Hi, I'm back. Observation on Sweeter Than Anything suggestion. If I combine signs that are mathematically related, I will make a composite waveform rather than a sort of complicated thing. It may be more useful to have complicated thing. Let's see what we've got going forwards here. Firstly, new file. May as well be stereo, I suppose. May as well be 96K, because why not? We're not replacing anything, we're just adding. Make it 30 seconds long. That's mighty loud, so maybe not so much. How about start over? We can do that. We can start over. I see a mix with selection option. Look at that. That makes some of this a little bit more interesting. We got a sort of engine. That was kind of fun. It's still mighty periodic, but that is as expected with these closely related notes. However, if we apply discontinuity to it, what did we in fact create? Because there's some kind of nonlinearity in there. I don't see it though. We could have two closely related ones, meaning that we have basically just a throb. This is just becoming a sine throb. But we can do an effect stack with our sine throb, throw in discontinuity, and let's have a look at things with Voxengo span. This could prove quite helpful or not so much. We'll find out. So our noise is certainly being produced, but our noise is being produced like it is a clip. That said, there is a sharp discontinuity, but there's very little clippiness in there. We can make it have lots of clippiness. We turn it up this far, and we know we are saturating it, and we're saturating it just with, well, we're saturating it with something. Here's the thing. We turn it right down again. Our discontinuity is still there. So what can be happening if it is doing that? A couple of things, really. Let us stop this, and let's remove discontinuity and put in our other one. Disintegrate is somewhat similar. but we get to do multiple layers. Zero layers, nothing happens. And there's no effect. One layer, I can plainly hear that. I don't know if you can hear it necessarily, but I can hear it. And it is present at one layer. I'm not sure if this is corresponding with the visuals. It feels like it's getting louder as the volume ramps up, but that shouldn't be doing anything. And then if we add more layers, it got a little bit louder. But it's kind of changing in tone rather than just only getting louder. Also buffer size. Hello? That's very revealing. That is very revealing. And not just because you can clearly make it into a sound effect. Or kind of. That means there is something to do with the buffers. It can be loud or quiet, but it's always got to do, and it's not relevant to this, like, oh, it just broke. Like, it's not relative to this at all. We just broke the meters, but that's fine. As we turn it up, and there we are, not able to use span. We are rebooted span. TopDB starts to bring in obvious harmonics, and this is how it interacts with it. This is also what was happening with all of my sine waves. If we drop it down, it should be able to be perfectly clear, but it's not, is it? Look at that. And again, here is why I was doing these changes. So we have this going, whether or not you can hear it. Look at the meter. Meter's gone insane. But and I'll tell you why it's not being louder than it is. I'm thinking that's because this is applying a frequency modulation rather than directly. Oh, there's something else I could do to find that out. Bear with me for a moment. We are going to change this. I am tempted to, oh, I should be okay. We're going to force it into making a sound. But our sound is somewhat unusual. Here's our sound. 2 cycles a second. So you can probably guess that the next thing to do is add discontinuity or indeed disintegrate so that I can dial the buffer size around. But then we're not actually going to be listening to the output of it. We're going to fire up Herming Pass or something. That would work. That being a high pass. We're going to cut it off pretty high. And then we're going to do a gain boost and do span. So as long as Hermit Pass is actually on, we should be fine to jump in here. So sure enough, loud pops, but no actual change to what it's doing. A little crackly. Do you hear the faint noise? It's going beep, 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 beep. It's making a note. That's a little unexpected. If I add layers, we're going to get more crackles. But we have a plainly audible tone. Here's your problem. And it is producing that on the back of the sound. So if we apply it and close, it's going to try and but did we get a sound? We did. And the sound that was produced was, in fact, this. So let's take our loudest section and isn't that interesting? We made a thing. Here's a problem. And this is on the back of the sample buffer. And that is with 10 stages, but it's acting like a sort of IIR filter on the end of a kind of bump that's being produced. And this one is a single tick up to this point, but this one is not. So sharp and not as sharp. I'm going to quit out of there for just a moment because the computer is getting upset. The laptop is like, oh, and you haven't been able to see any of this, sorry. Coyote Day. This would explain why there's only 3 people here. So, Coyote Day. It is expected to be a giant mess. However, we may be making some progress on the giant mess. And back into the breach with a similar thing. Let's do it again. Generate tones, 2 Hertz. Let's make it a tiny bit less than full clip and see what we get. And we're going to insert 30 seconds of it. It is a inaudible sound, but we want to see what's kicking this nonsense off. There is also experiments I could do to further track this down, but for now, we're going to go straight into disintegrate and produce my effect again, and then same set of plugs. Gain boost, span, but we go from nothing to and that is now making a singing note for some reason. So here's the thing. Where is that even coming from, though? Well, for starters, we apply it and see what we got. We have exactly what we had before, right down to the instant switch to the higher value here, but it takes a little while to kick into the lower value there. Let's try to find out where it's doing that thing. I have a suspicion that maybe it's in, well, here's the problem though. We got this 2 Hz signal. Let's do a thing. We're going to fade the 2 Hz signal in from nothing. And then we're going to apply the same thing. Disintegrate. This is enough to cause it to start happening. We could even turn it up a little bit for what good that'll do. Buffer size shouldn't matter very much. Although we can make it be a lot slower and see what that gets us. And layers, we got 1 instance of the algorithm going. And we don't see a visible change here. And we can't really go around playing that because it'll be an unpleasant result. Could it be interacting with something else? Let's put this on Voxengo span and then just kill my audio. Switch the audio input to not this, and we're going to play it and see what it does. There's a little artifact, but where is it hitting? Well, here's what you do if we're trying to figure out where that noise comes up, because we have this noise that comes up. Rather than do span, let's aggravate the noise. Firstly, we'll do another effect stack so that I can throw a Hermit pass in and then monitor it. If I do this, I can be confident that no output is going to come out. Then we're going to add gain after Hermit pass. I don't know if you can hear it, but I hear the artifact sound coming up. It's like an alarm coming. Then we're going to add something that will enhance that particular noise. Let's look into like energy or something. Let's see what we can, because I know there was a peak in there. There's a pulse. I want to hear where that pulse appears. So let's do the original energy and just crank the hell out of absolutely everything. Maximum nasty. There we go. And that makes an observable noise. Can we duplicate it? No, but we could add another. Oh, hey, the other one is also set to full crank because that's the last I used it. That is a loud noise being added, and in fact it is becoming louder as it goes. Now we disable these two. Oh, can't listen to that. And add like another instance of energy fully cranked out. Apply that and close. We're not doing the Hermit pass, so we get to still see this wave, at least for now. And we're not doing bit shift gain, so it's not actually making that any louder, but we should still be able to see it, maybe. If not, further experiments. The thickness of this waveform is made up entirely of nasty little zeps. There's the positive offset. There's the negative offset. And it's probably the multiple stages of energy are probably changing that, but at least I get to see what is causing it. And it is quite loud here. Alternately plus and minus at the speed of the buffer. However, close to max, it is being suppressed somehow. We don't actually have anything up here. How fast is it ramping up? Pretty fast. Over here, we're simply not inducing it as hard. It's quiet when it's being fed with not much information. You can barely see it, in fact. Feed it with more information, feed it with more energy, and it starts to appear. So the thickness of this blurry line, which is being caused by our artifact, begins at not very much, and then becomes much more thick as the amplitude goes up. But always in such a way where at the exact top of the wave, or at the exact bottom of the wave, nada. And that fuzz part is the part that's causing me headaches with sine waves and various other things and showing up. There's no reason for this to be here. This is tied to the frequency of the buffer, so it has no business being there or doing that. And here's where we jump back into the actual code of the thing. So if I can fix it with one, I can fix it with everything. It is seemingly very, very simple code. Although the original version is easier to understand. But this is the one where I can apply only one level. I'm not really Santa, though I am Scandinavian, kind of. About as Scandinavian as any American is likely to be. And I am also human. My ambition is to be more human. Back in the day, I didn't really feel as if I qualified very much. Too much autism. So, here's what we have here. Let's take every single statement, separate it out. Because it's kind of messy not doing that. So we've got a buffer. See you later, Mo. We've got a buffer. This dBA pause x times 0.9, we've got like 2 layers of filtering in here. I am contemplating taking that out and seeing whether I can like dBA pause B. What am I even doing with that nonsense? So that's smoothing of some kind. Although this is me figuring out how to back this back out again. So dBA pause is times 0.9 plus pause B times 0.1. That is nothing but smoothing. That could go on another calculation, in fact. The pause B, it's doing essentially the same thing, but that's more smoothing again. So let's see what further we can do. we're not actually referring to pos b anywhere else other than here. This is the second level of calculation. So what we can do is apply this, but not because that requires pos b, and we're not actually going to be using that. Instead, we're going to be using this. Pos b, rather than having that smoothed to, and this is slightly offset. So let's first make a variable. We'll even label it. And we'll make it in such a way that we can default it. That might not have made it, that was not a sensible English sentence, but all the same, it's a thing. Because we got to, hang on. I can copy this. There, 0 to 1. There. Now this would build stuff from DBA pos F. I'm really trying to decide whether I need to because I immediately started trying to fix it by filtering it, but that does not seem to have been the correct answer. So instead, we'll leave this bit here. How many parentheses do I have in this pile of nonsense? This 0.1 might be part of my problem. The 0.1 might be the problem. So let's keep this parenthesis 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. And then we're just going to throw this in, just like this. I wonder if I need to sanity check it, just to make sure that it can't be if we do this, it can't be less than 0. So that's simple. Let's build our new version and see what we can do with it. See what happened. It's not impossible that that just straight up fixed it, and then I have to incorporate that in everything else. But you know how we find out? More testing. That said, high sine, long sine, bases. Let's see what happens with this. Can it be audibly heard? Well, that was unpleasantly loud, but beyond that, I don't really hear anything. Also not hearing a sweeping note. If that is truly broken, I should be able to make it break doing this, and I'm not. So that's interesting. Oh, wait. That filter is set to 0. What have we got now? Hear a noise. I hear a noise. So maybe we didn't get as far as we hoped, but then this is all part of the process. Back to the pit. Let's do our effect stack. We're going to make this aggravate the thing and then kick it back out again. That's new. Hi. We're working on this so often, let's save the stack too. When we normalize that, this is the effect we are producing. A bunch of little tiny ticks in here. Actually, we can do a better job of that, I think. That was supposed to be normalized to 0, so I don't know what it thinks it's doing. Isn't that interesting? There's a little spot where it does not kick in. And the next thing you know, we've got, and it's also not doing anything at crossover. So what? We are creating this artifact As the speed changes, we're creating this artifact. And I can plainly hear what it's doing. And I can make it a lot louder. And I can shut these off and see whether I can still see it on the wave somewhere. Signs point to maybe not so much. Well, where can I look for it? That waveform edge does look a little thick, but that's not really showing me what I need to see. It's not big enough to see. Although, we can just try to further hype it out until we can see it no matter what. Let's just go after this with great prejudice. Ah, got there. Found it. So there's your problem. It does this. And some of these artifacts are just multiple layers of energy being applied. As I keep adding and applying it, it's going to make that shape even more complicated. See, it just kind of does more and more stuff. And that's because that's what energy is doing. But it's doing it from a spike, an artifact that it hits at a certain point. There's a discontinuity in there. And it produces this terrible thing. We're not going to hit play on this. Would not end well. And weirdly, as we go through 0, it stops doing its thing. As we change polarity, God, excuse me. Hopefully I will hang in there throughout the day. There's going to be people probably checking in much later. They have learned to come and see where Chris is at around 4, because that's when fun things are being played with. This does not count as one of the fun things. But we've established that that's something that is happening. And oh, wait, hang on. Oh, no. No, we're good. So position X plus equals, and we've got this particular calculation. So I gotta figure out what is the deal. So delay floor dBi plus x times DSC buff. We can smooth it using this technique. dBi, that's interpolation. We're supposed to have that there. dB delay, that's going to be, I wonder if I can do some kind of modulation. So here's part of how we're assembling this. See how these both end with this? That's because we're supposed to be starting it with a value and then continuing it. This is supposed to be very much the same algorithm, and it looks to be about the same algorithm. We're supposed to be able to smooth this out. These should be identical. There's our offset number minus the position, and the position is what oscillates. I see one possible thing that could be going on here. I might want to go and get another cup of coffee just on the back of all of this is very challenging. But I see a condition under which dBAX could conceivably be that could be dBAXX equals 0. And the output is 0. And then the next, well, it doesn't cycle that direction though, does it? Logically, that should be just a sanity check, because we are incrementing dBAX, not decrementing it. So it's not counting down to 0, so it can't actually go to, it's 0, and then it's -1, so it's 0 again. That's a discontinuity. And we are producing it, and then we are incrementing, so we're going forwards in time, meaning that the next one that we hit Should the yeah, man, this is all very tricky. dba pos x times dsc buff. Well, that's the buffer size. Pos x is a frequency modulating value. So it seems correct that it would be scaled by buffer size. That seems right. dBi is exactly the same calculation, but minus the previous one, and so that is just an increment. If we're exactly on that point, then dBi ends up being 0. We're moving forward, so the next one, dB delay plus plus, but that's further in the direction that we're going. And then if we go on past the buffer, well, let's see, first of all, dB delay larger than buffer. Man, this is all confusing. Tell you what, time enough for another cup of coffee. I'll continue staring at this, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So here's the thing. There's a number of ways to remedy this, and I don't know which I could be interpolating it incorrectly, meaning that the place where it says 1.0 minus dBi and the place where it says dBi should be swapped. That being wrong would produce the result. Maybe I'm counting in the wrong direction. Maybe dBA x plus plus needs to be minus minus, and if less than 1 equals 0. But then it would have to be less than 1 equals DSC buff. I don't know what any of these things do at this stage. So basically what I got to do is have my other cup of coffee and sort of start experimenting with the thing, seeing if I can make anything happen or work. And I will do that during the afternoon doldrums. With a bit of luck, I'll stumble across the correct thing. If I can identify and stumble across the correct thing, I can put it into service, and then all of our stuff will work better. So, one thing at a time. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back with another espresso. So here are some of the things that could be going wrong. If input sample 1.0 minus dBi is wrong, then what it would be doing is giving wrong answers every step of the way. That said, could be worth experimenting with, seeing what that does. So we'll try that even though I'm pretty sure I can rule it out. We've now reversed it. I see an interesting observation here, though. Like, delay is meant to be... Yeah. If including the delay factor makes it be less than 0, then we add the buffer to it, meaning that we are chasing it off the end of the thing. So we're checking to see whether that is less than, there's a thing. If it's less than 0, by definition, it can equal 0. I see a place where that could be checked to be wrong or right. Bye, everybody. So I am alone working on this thing, and I'm talking to anybody who is watching this. Oh no, there's two. Suddenly, the numbers jump around like crazy. And here's the place that now has me suspicious. This less than 0 stuff. It's like, do we need to start offsetting it if we get to like -1? We start doing new stuff. If the position, if we then add to that value the plus plus, we are it's all about addings and subtractings and pluses and minuses and stuff, and it's like, which direction are we doing? Which direction are we referencing? When we make it be offset to do the interpolation stuff properly, what direction is that going? If we are relating to this minus the delay factor because we're adding, and so we're going in this direction, which way are we checking it? I can tell that if we go up to DSC buff, we're still placing stuff in there. But if we go beyond DSC buff, we are returned to 0. So for at 0, not less than, but at 0, and add DSC buff, that's a valid number. And since we're going, that is the, if we're going in that direction, maybe delay needs to be subtracted. After all, we are in fact checking to see whether the combination of the two things is less than 0. So there's a circumstance under which it could be at the buffer and then you add something to it, and then we're only checking to see if it's too small. So that could produce a value that is too high. If it is at the point where this minus this is exactly at the buffer, then we add something to it and we're not checking to see if it goes too far. going to put that back just for the moment. And we're going to quickly go and change that. And then we're going to decrement rather than increment, because only then do we get the correct check. Only then do we get the check to see, like, okay, now that we've subtracted, are we still above 1, or have we dropped to where we can refer to the new thing? And we're going to see whether that fixed anything. Bit of a shot in the dark. We're doing voodoo economics here, but I see no way of getting around it. Like, I'm just stuck with it. It's one of my tests. There's Hermipass. We made something happen. Something big and ugly. So yeah, in one sense, interestingly, we still have the previous problem, but we've now added another problem. So now it does this. Alrighty then. So after all that, I just made it worse rather than better. But that just goes to show you that something terrible is wrong. And what I'm trying to do to fix it is not helping. And like well, I did this and I did this. One thing we can do is not attempt the interpolation. If I do this, now it's not attempting the interpolation. And we will return these to where we had them. Might actually not be a bad idea. Might be a bad idea. And we'll try it and find out whether it turned out to be a bad idea. So this is returned to what we had before, but now we're not interpolating. There is our big old waveform. Here's our whole setup, and it's like it's doing it more. How interesting. And we can now do this. Now if you filter it off entirely, we can make that be stuck in there. And there's our raw signal. If we apply it, this is what we were stuck with. So this is like the problem that's being generated by the code being run. And one thing that I see is that it is interacting with how that's being modulated. Like if it's doing this, then we are ramping up to strong applications of this force as the speed is increased up to this point, and then it instantly goes away and gets inverted again. And that's interesting. That is most interesting. So we did simplify it, and we did strip this bit out, and we're still getting something happening. We got dBA pause X being manipulated by this particular algorithm, but we scrapped the 0.1 part. We're modulating it straight into its smallest area. The smoothing factor is tricky here. Because part of what's going on is the smoothing did not help me with this. dBA pause is being returned to 0 when we crank it up all the way, because 1.0 minus 1.0 means we are deleting it and starting over. If we lock it in and there is a value, then it's making its little sound. So that might also be revealing. We can do a thing where we just force it to be something. There. Now it doesn't care what input sample is at all. And it's always something. In fact, we could even call it I don't know how I arrived at this algorithm. That's fine. It is what it is. It's meant to be a certain thing. We're going to assume it wants to go between 0 and 1. Can I make an artifact here? Can I make a buffer smash here? Can I isolate the problem that it previously produced? Here's a sine wave I can use. I think that's going to be a bass note. Let's do it effect stack way. we can make a artifact. The artifact is related to my buffer smash problem. So that's supposed to not be making a noise. The fact that it's making such a loud noise is where my problem resides. We're just turning it up with the gain shift in the Hermie pass. Hermie pass is cutting that bass note out. So there we go. We have isolated the problem, and the problem is not necessarily related to the frequency modulation. The problem is part of the very this loop itself. Maybe I've got this part backwards. We're not using DPI for anything, so there's that. DPI position X, which is always 0.5, times DSC buff, meaning it's always X much of a delay. We are assigning DBAL, DBAX, X, X to input sample. So this part is happening. We are incrementing our counter by 1 each time and dropping it back to 0 if it goes beyond DSC buff. I wonder whether maybe I should be doing it greater than or equal to. I suppose we can try and find out. If it's equal to DSC buff, then we... So just, well, that wasn't the correct thing at all. Just for laughs, let's see whether making that change does anything. Because we're stripping it away and retaining the problem every step of the way. And it's getting simpler and simpler. It's getting so that like we have a fixed delay that's not modulating at all and it's still making the problem. Which is actually good. Because it means that the modulating isn't necessarily broken. Hi. Hi, Mr. No longer causing a problem. How you doing? One little thing. One little thing. That's wild. So what about all the rest of this? Was this actually fine? Or do we still have problems here? I will get something out of this if it turns out that this part's actually not broken. I should be able to raise an artifact if this is in fact still busted, but looks very much as if that one equal sign removes the issue I was running into. We're still at a fixed delay. Let's see if we still have issues at a fixed delay. We've just added interpolation back in. I think I see something, but popcorn. What I see is at about 122 dB down. So that could be having my numbers wrong. That could be making the interpolation wrong. If I am making the interpolation wrong, maybe we're taking it this direction instead. Let's see what we get out of making that other change, which I thought was the correct change to make at one point, and then everything got worse. We've tracked down the first problem that transpired, and now I'm trying additional problems. Hey, CG Fun. Yeah, there is some degree of yippee, yes. I'll grant you that. I'm a little beat down. Well, shucks, that looks exactly the same as before. That said, let's see if we can hear it. That's kind of down to rounding error there. I mean, I see something there, but it's sure not acting like as much of an issue. Boy. So maybe dB delay minus minus is in fact the correct answer for that. Might be able to get away from having to use dBA pos B. I am very puzzled as to which of these is which. I should draw it out on paper. Also, it's getting almost a little tiny bit chilly. I could throw... ChatGPT cannot help me here. I'm way beyond ChatGPT, sadly. There's no chance of it. No chance in the world. Not even by accident. So a dB delay. Oh, well, before I go much farther, let's bring back in the pitch modulation. What I'm doing so far is just only making sure that that part's smooth. And we've incorporated the interpolation. we're kind of going forwards through samples, meaning that the interpolation probably should be between the most recent sample and so it really should be minus minus and then checking to make sure it's still more than 0. And these are still working, and this is the part where it was causing a problem. Yeah, I mean, you must understand ChatGPT is for being able to correctly look up what people have done. This is not something people have done. So when I say we're modulating this delay buffer and trying to apply this to it, and we're smoothing this frequency like thus and so, and reading it back and frequency modulating the delay buffer and interpolating it. And then if we don't calculate dBi here, which is nothing but floor of the position that we're in minus itself in floating point, and that's assuming that that in fact works, because here's the thing. dBi pos x has to be a float number. Let's double check that, because if it's an int number, none of this is actually going to do anything. It is a double. So this is the only counter. This position thing moves. It flows. All of these do. So we are scanning forward through a list of samples that we're placing as we go. We are trying to get a read-off from what we are doing, which is the same position minus the delay, which can be small, in which case we're not waiting for it for very long. This is the part where we're reading the integer amount of the one. And then you do whatever to it and then add an additional proportion of it, but we shouldn't really be stepping forwards. That should also be delayed. As we go forwards, the amount of delay that we have is like the buffer size. It could go right down to just about 0. And the position is the modulation that we're using. And we end up with a amount of delay which the position that we're at, we subtract that, meaning that the one that we put a couple of X number of ones beyond that, we're going to be reading that back off again. That's where we get our latency. That's where we get all of this stuff. That's why when we had the buffer singing to us, when we went to a high buffer, it sang at a higher pitch because it's reading from smaller and smaller loops. It's actually producing less and less latency that way as well. But then when we go to another one, we interpolate by the position being either exactly an integer or slightly off from an integer. So if it's almost to the next one, I just feel like dB delay minus minus is the correct answer. My gut tells me that if we're reading off samples and potentially modulating through, like what's going to happen is, see, I could probably test this with a higher frequency sound. I feel like I can probably test this with a higher frequency sound more effectively. And that's not how. Like this. See, build this. I am feeling the chill. I think I really do need to put another log on the fire, even though I didn't think I was going to need to, but I think I may need to. Here we are back to incrementing to do our sample. And we have a high sign to play with. And we're going to turn this way the heck down because it's going to hurt. In theory, one of those is going to do something. One thing about it, we no longer have the problem we had in the first day. On Tuesday, we had all kinds of problems with signs on this, and we've figured out how that's happening. And that's nice. That is nice. But we should be able to hear a difference between this and the other one. So maybe I can actually set it up. See, that's a logic value. So plus plus if param5 is larger than 0.5. So I will be able to switch that, meaning that I'll be able to do this. And then an else statement. So we'll refer to each of those in turn, and I can use span to sort of investigate what that did. And I'm thinking that at a high frequency, I'll be able to lock it in more accurately. And there we go. Got another little control in there. We can do our high sign. Higher pitch, the better for this. And let's make a new effect stack just for the purpose of doing it. Here's our test. Here's our plus plus or minus minus comparer. And we'll add energy and span. And then we'll turn our volume way the heck down, because this might get loud. There you have it. That's the difference. That's very loud. Owies. So it needs to be a plus plus. If it is minus minus, that's what you get when you're interpolating the wrong direction. Can we even see it? Yes, we actually have this in place up to the point where we're able to clip it. This is manipulating the amount of effect we've got going on. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it is very unhappy when it's doing that. And then we can use filter to soften it. But we no longer need to use filter just to try to mute that nasty, unpleasant noise. So we do in fact want ++ for some reason. Go figure. And again, dB and buffer size interact to produce the effect. But we're already getting something that will work for how this is supposed to go. We don't necessarily need it to have filter kicked in that hard. So ++ yes, -, clearly no. This is the one we want. That was simple. Weird. I'm not entirely sure how that even works, but it seems to be correct. Oh, one further thing we can do. Is we still have ++ as a variable. We can swap these guys on the end and see if that is in fact still correct. Wait, no, can't. Wait, yes we can. I'll tell you how. Doing this swaps these so you can repeatedly do it. So I can do 1.0 - dBi of this and it will flip them. Every time I do 1.0 - dBi, it flips the positions of these two calculations. So there. Now, without changing any of this, give me a second. This is frustrating. I don't feel like being chilly while I gravel through all of these things, so I think it's time to throw more wood on the fire now that I've got it. Or at least I'm supposed to have more wood tomorrow. And that means I can use as much as I want today. And I do not feel like groveling over all of this painful, difficult stuff while also being cold. Let's not. Let's not be cold. Let's be warm. Warm seems good. I like the idea that I get to be warm. Yay, warm as far as I'm concerned. Throw the glove on so that I can put things on here without hurting myself. I'm not really concerned about burning myself, but right now I'm more concerned about splinters in my fingers on top of everything else. And we're going to start a lovely little fire. And then we're going to get back to quickly updating all of this stuff so it all works, because we pretty much found the one thing that was causing the nasty effect that I kept trying to work around. And that opens up many other possibilities. And I don't see your comment. I'll see your comment later. I'll see your comment when I'm actually up there working on stuff again. Here I am by my wood stove. I can't read any comments. But I can light things on fire. Yay. Just what I felt like doing today. Boom, off you go. That's probably going to get going pretty good. I really kind of let it burn down pretty far, which I suppose is fine. I mean, you know I'm in trouble when I'm no longer even talking about how I'm dumb and I'm just struggling. That's when we have real trouble. So that seems to be getting rolling. Good enough. Technically there's PayPal, but I'm not really worried about that right now. Like today I'm struggling so hard I don't even really feel like talking about that. See. So we just did this. We just did this thing. Any combination of these two, which go between 0 and 1, I can swap them by doing this. And so we are going to do plus plus as the swap function and see which of these two things produces the loudest tone or loudest overtones, because that should tell me what the correct interpolation settings should be. And we're going to... What's going to be nice is when I can take the original one and put that where it's supposed to be. Listen to some of the stuff that I did with it before and have it cleaned up. Listen to Chrome Drag and have that sine wave thing in the beginning not be chirpy. So... here's our flip. This might get painful. That's just how we roll some days. Okay, so far so good. Don't need that. Doesn't have anything to do with it or this. Haha. It is demonstrably correct that this and not this is the correct answer. Cool. Although it's harder to tell if you're not pushing it. And that's interesting. Yeah, no, it's not intentional. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll put it back. See, when we're not overloading it, we can barely notice a difference. But when we push it loud enough and hard enough, we get to a place where this starts happening. And it's easy to see that this is not correct. So that means this part is. And that means we do not want plus plus to be enabled. And so we do not want to reverse these, and so we can just delete that right back out again. I'm speculating very hard on to what extent do I want to do this smoothing function. We have a whole separate control for it now. Let's see. So there's our original one. If we keep this, that becomes F. And then, if we make this be simply a second layer of this, we'll be able to uncomment that. Make this just be this, just like that. Keep this, use that, and not use this. So now we're applying pos B, we're smoothing that by F, and applying it to pos A, regular one, and smoothing that. So we got two levels of that going on. And that is to some small extent returning it to what it was when it started. We can even squinch these together like this. Get back to what it was when we started. Don't need this, but the filter might actually be relevant to what we're doing. Build it, because it might be a functioning thing now. Just possibly. We shall see. We can but try. Here's disintegrate. Let's fire up dragons, because that's where that sine wave thing existed. Lives here. The way our fire is now going nicely. More nicely than this track is loading. You'd think that being CD quality would be able to load a little bit better than that, but no. So what we had with discontinuity was this. Because this still has the bug. You can hear it happening. But if this work is correct, I can run disintegrate. I can set the buffer size to exactly 0.5 and layers to 0.41, say. And even without doing anything with filter, got there. That sounds a lot more like a sine wave. And now if we distort it a lot, it still has sort of basically sine qualities to it. No matter how loudly we splat it. And this is the equivalent of discontinuity. Leave it clean, and it's fine. Filter it. Might be able to lose the filter. I'm going to listen to what that hat's doing. That is a useful point in the middle of this, if I can only find it. Because I have a particular element in here that's important. This is going to loop a little bit. Can you hear a high-pitched thing happening? It's this really bright pulse wave. And I'm able to make the effect step on the pulse wave really, really hard, which might be where filtering becomes useful. Because I know it's meant to sound like this. The sound is here. Everything really hard. Interestingly, we're still getting high output level. Higher than before, anyway. but we're stepping on all the brightness through simulated loudness. One thing about it is when I'm not doing any filtering at all, not even a tiny bit of filtering, what's happening is it's squishing the highs down way harder than the lows, which is not necessarily the best thing. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not convinced that's optimal. This whole multi-layers of filtering exists in order to cover for problems that resided elsewhere, which I've now fixed. So the filtering issue, that maybe doesn't need to stay the way it is. This is a So maybe let's try this. Won't even deal with pos B. And we'll just deal with this, but we might have a very simple answer for it, like it could be just a 0.5 or something. We can simplify this down until there's only one level of IIR filtering on it, because we kind of already didn't even need to be doing any. And let's slowly load this back up again, see what we got. We might have a better sound in Rain Dragon as well. That's the very dense, full sounding one. There it is. Finding this place with that little arpeggio and seeing what I can do with Ed. Full crank. Okay, I think that's too much. And this starts taking it back away again. Of course, we could always check. Nah, that's better. I'm liking how I'm still hearing that sine riff in there, and it's clean. Still sounds like one thing too, and that's good. Sound of complete destruction. Oh, but if we were doing the filter the way that I intended, this was as designed. That was as designed. Cool. Listened to enough of that, I think. How about something a lot mellower? And yet still at 120 dB. Raw. And try those pianos and things on. The keyboards are behaving themselves better now. Oh, and I'm distorting the crap out of everybody. Sorry about that. I feel like I'm getting slightly better clarity on some of those keyboards. It's a little bit confusing because so freaking the bass is so loud. Rain Dragon. But what I remember, I was doing stuff with Earth Dragon before. Bypass. So this does end up sounding formidably loud. Kind of subtle. Let's do this other one here. Here's what it sounds like all by itself. It's a big thump. compression makes this hard. If this was not as compressed, it would have more impact at those moments. What happens if we don't filter? Yeah, I'm distorting your guys' feed way too hard. Wonder how much filter we really need. Yeah, I think that's the right setting for it. Well, that's what they're for. That's what this song is about. It's supposed to have stab hits. I probably got scared by how much it was distorting the mic, honestly. They're good stab hits. It's a good stab hit front. Now let's investigate a actual orchestra. Let's see whether we can make it sound nice. This time we are going to turn it up a little bit. So no effect, but if we add what we were working with, I think I need to take a different section. So here we are. I have to turn everything up so much in order to make this do anything. It's about gain staging. That's too loud now? So bypass. Crazy how it's not actually adding that much delay for all practical purposes. Like, there's no flamming here at all. I'm not even flanging. It's crazy. And this is our orchestra turned up to Mastodon levels. But we don't want that, so... I think there's a correct setting. And that it feels more realistic when set properly at the correct setting. Remembering, top dB means peaking out. Our actual sound is much quieter. Cool, cool. What if we got this nice loud noises? So it's reading as about minus 9 dB is where these loud peaks live. So at 139 set, that means the loud peaks are actually going to be about 130, or I could tell it to be about 129, or so, meaning that the loudest peaks would be about 120, at which point this is what it's trying to do. That sounds a lot more fake. Oh dear. Oh no. Listen to those wrong notes, man. So if we do it dry, it just sounds kind of weird, but when we turn on discontinuity, it really feels like the guy's playing terrible, terrible music with wrong notes. You really feel the wrong notes with this part on. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, see those notes? Hear that? But without effect. Like, that ladder is actually unprocessed, but what's really promising about this is I turn on discontinuity in the form of disintegrate, which is this, and all of the wrong notes are so much more wince-worthy. Like, you cringe inside out going, oh, that horn hit the wrong note so bad. Oh, that's terrible. And without it being on, you kind of register like, huh, that's weird. But you turn it on and oh my God. Woof. There's a little violin bit where they're going wee. Sounds a little fake. I think this should work. I'm trying to think of where else I've used this, whether it's that new. Woof, some of those notes, man. So enough fun with the terrible orchestral music. Alien kittens. What happens when we hit this new stuff with alien kittens? And I gotta update all of this other stuff now. Okay, that's loud, sorry. Didn't need to be that loud. Cool. Gets to where you barely hear it, and that's kind of useful because otherwise, how about this? What do we got here? It's a very clean drum recording, this, because this is like raw into the Lavery converter, which is the one I intend to use for most things going forward. Okay, here we are distorting everything to crud. That sounds loud to me. I turn it down enough, it doesn't freak out over the symbols. Like, let's find a place where the symbols flip out. Like there. That. See how it splatters? Just right. There we go. Little bit groove. Lavry black, as in DA10 and AD10, they're kind of expensive, but these are 2 channels, so it's not like they're 16-channel interfaces. I consider it to be worth the investment, but I have to do work on the digital to analog converters, so that's handy for me. And let's... So if we set it to flatten those crashes, we go from this to this. You can pull it back a little bit. I have a 16-channel Motu, 16A. Amazing how little latency this is getting. I'm assuming I remembered to back out some of those issues. Like it is in fact applying its thing, yes? We can go and find out. Yep. Yep, we backed out its issues. So there's a thing. I mean, we could just do multiple levels of filtering for only just this one, disintegrate, just to stretch it. I'm warming to that idea, knowing that I can do the 0.5 minimal filtering, not really that much going on for the regular one, and it'll be fine. So in that case, we do this, and we're also going to add a power factor here just so that we can apply it more effectively. let's dial it in such a way where there we go. Let's see if this builds. Should. So we're pretty close to that being in a functional shape. Yeah, the 16 channel is the 16A. The Lavery, that would be pretty overwhelming getting 16 channels of that. What you were hearing in those drums was in fact Lavery, but it was just stereo, 2 mics in front of the kit. And it's the comparisons that I did, the whole thing where it's like compare the different converters to each other. I could put another log on that fire over there. I totally could. Nothing's stopping me. Nothing's stopping me from putting another log on this fire. Because this time I ain't running out. That's right. Did not have it set up with the damper, and you know, maybe that's just fine. Oh. That should work. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. What were these again? So yeah. If I have this all set, then I can go and return to discontinuity, which is designed to be much more direct. This turned out not to be the thing I needed to fix the thing. Although there's no great reason I can't have this be here. So this is still fine. Also, I should sanity check this. Well, maybe I don't need to. No, input sample. That is being clamped, so it should be fine. That's the same as it was before. This being the raw materials of how to make this thing work. I'll be using this for some stuff going forwards. For instance, if I need 6 stages of it, or if I alternately could get by with only, if I could get by with only 3 stages. I can dial in the correct amount, the correct reference for this, refdb, and how it gets adjusted. You gotta excuse me. How am I yawning after all the coffee I've drunk? So these things could be defined inside here, I believe. Making it more continuous. If I do that, I can get rid of that. And it should still build, we hope. Looks like it. Each of those are defined internally. So this looks to be like we got there. Next is discontinuity and distance 3. That being very simple modulations off of what we've done here. And boy, it was heavy lifting, but got there. Look, guitar new rig. Let's see how loud we can make this thing sound. dB. Crunchy. $140 dB. And what does filter do? So that's pretty intense. And again, we've got filter wide open. We get to put a little edge on it. Nice. We can use this. Check that out. Check that shit out. Sort of dial in the bright crackle. How much does that have an effect when it's not actually overwhelmingly loud? What if we have a lot of layers? Ooh, interesting. This is going to be useful. This is going to be useful. Turn the DB until it's just fried, and then dial in the forwardness with filter. Dry wet still seems, it's like there isn't any delay in there at all. Wild. Neat. Neat. This is going to come in all kinds of handy. I am guardedly downright happy about that one. Let's go and fix discontinuity. I don't think we ever brought anything in distance 3 yet, but that's going to become a thing. In fact, we may even be able, well, I don't know if we need to use that filtering part as part of distance. I'm not at all sure I need to. But that said, here's the original one. Here's our settings. We're not going to need pos B. We've already got it set with a single control, and that's it. We can scrap all the pos B, because we know we're not going to need that. That can live in the more complicated version for disintegrate. This gets to be a little simpler because all the stuff we were doing with symphonies and such was working out just fine without pos B. So here's the bit of information we want. And let's make sure we get this all straight. Yes. I am not sure if that's what I meant to do. Might be. Put 5. We've got 4 stages of this, so plus equals this. Also, we're going to need a semicolon there. There we go. Like that. Like this. Like, bear with me while I try to focus. I know this is very silly and dumb, but I got there. There'll be 3 disk plugins, yes. Not counting the original distance and distance 2, which are very different and work very differently. Alrighty, so got that much sorted. Now here's where things got weird. Delay does indeed get plus 1.0, and then, yep, is that part correct too? This all looks to be the same as it was, but this bit is the key change here. I'm sort of eyeballing it all, trying to see whether I have anything else different. That. We'll replace that. Nice and tidy and simple up here. It's going to be a little bit more interest in doing the stereo version for VST, but I do have it started out with L's here everywhere it needs it. So it'll be a fairly straightforward thing. Copy it and swap all the L's with R's for relevant places. I do, however, feel that DB8 pause also needs L's. Because that's clearly not going to be the same for both channels, is it? Maybe that's worth doing immediately. We'll see, one thing at a time. Here's your problem. Oh, and that would not be a solution, but this would be. If we can make all of this work with just 3 stages, that would be kind of neat too, because that would go along with the 3 stages of a console plugin with an intermediate mix stage. That would kind of work, wouldn't it? We will be dealing with that later. That ought to work. If I do this right, I can go through and replace every L with an R, at which point I'll have both sides. Assuming, of course, that input sample also gets. So, would I in fact want to just literally do that thing? Because we can. You know, my newer version of Xcode doesn't want to let me do this particular thing, which is kind of interesting and weird. I can't see why, but this one's the one where it seems to conveniently and easily do this very thing. And I do have to change the H file. And we're going to put this aside for a moment. And we're going to see whether all of this actually still builds or not. Signs point to yes. Signs point to it's going to be okay. This is good. Don't mind me just kind of staring. It's been that kind of day. It is destined to be that kind of day. So let's see. How do I find what I just did and fix it? By going here. Oh, we can't do that, can we? That's because Twisted Wave is still open. I'll tell you what, we'll do it backwards. We'll put it there first, and then put it here. And then we're going to check and make sure that it still functions. It's disintegrate we're fooling with. This is my terrible, awful, no good, very bad vocals.
Nor shall I for what was mine. Please don't shed a tear. Reason.
Don't hit those notes, Chris.
Please don't shed a tear.
So there's the soulful, passionate ending bit. And we got disintegrate, so...
Please don't shed a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine. Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
Oh, what happens if I try to make it
Please don't shed a
much
tear.
louder than it should be?
Nor shall I for what was mine.
Interesting.
Sing it not for never,
We can use it as a kind of
but for once upon a time.
compression, but an air compression.
Please don't shed a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine.
That is a loud overtone.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
And if I back it off,
Please don't shed a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine.
it sounds
Sing it not for never,
like a voice, as it's supposed
but
to.
for once upon a time. Please don't shed a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine.
And without the compression,
Sing it not for never,
that part will work better.
but for once upon a time.
And it
Please don't
is
shed a tear.
convincingly
Nor shall I
doing the
for
projection.
What, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize of seasons, seasons,
choking.
seasons beyond reason, reason. Please don't shed a tear, precious time. Seasons.
Yeah, those not hitting any of those notes, man.
But for once upon a time. 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 But for once upon
It doesn't
a
sync up.
time,
Also,
but for once upon a time,
dry.
but for once upon a time, but for once upon a time.
We've got like no latency in this. That's astonishing. Okay, established that worked. Good. Got there. Next, we establish whether we have fixed discontinuity correctly. No db pause. I'm speculating on whether I want to make it be only 3 of these for the purpose of using it. Well, for dialing it in exactly and then using it in 3 places. Don't know. Like, here's the adjustment factor that I use. Here's the processing. We've got this. Here's our 3 stages. So in this place, I can actually make it be 2 stages again if I want. Here we have not actually updated the other things yet. Clawing up my finger too much. You get cuticles that, if you're not careful, oh no, now my finger is bleeding because tension caused me to scratch it up. Let's not do that. So these are all the things up, and B is not going to be a thing. That's going away. Let's bring the H file up. Sure enough. There we go. And then these also become, well, let's do it. Let's make it be only 3 stages, knowing that I'm going to want to use a 3-stage type thing. See, what I talk about when I'm going on about this endlessly is 3 stages, 4, 6, whatever. Disintegrate, you get as many as 10. With this, it's hard-coded for 3 stages. If I dial it in so that all of this stuff works exactly, going through 3 stages, I can pretty much take literally everything about this, including the setting, and plunk it into a channel, sub, and bus plugin for a console version. At which point, if you have all of the settings to the same thing, it will be exactly the same as the source plugin, but distributed. The same way that we do distributed filtering, it'll be distributed discontinuity. And that's really the target there. Although, if I do that, I also don't actually have to label them A, B, and C. I could, but I don't have to. They could all be A. But what I do have to do is tack L onto these places, because these are not going to be the same. They're going to be specific to which channel you're on. So they need to all say L. That way when I make the VST of it, it'll work. So, did I in fact, I was just looking at it too. Yes, I did. I took out the 4th stage. So we're going to do likewise. We're going to take out the 4th stage and add L. And yeah. So for anybody who went away and caught up with me in the mid-afternoon after I solved my problems, yeah, apparently you were right. It was like pulling teeth, but that's what happened. Is there a way I can do this more easily? Yes, I think so. Yep, all of those need to be altered. So that'll work, or at least it'll work once. It won't work twice. You do, in fact, need to have it be within a selection. But we can do that. Also, here's where this one gets booted. And then I'm going to have to recalibrate it again, but that's fine. That is fine. Maybe I can even recalibrate disintegrate to accurately reflect the number of stages in it. One thing at a time, though. Here's our pause. That part's already fine. That I needed to add, and this I need to add. So X, capital X, is the next thing I'm going to be looking for. Is it in fact correct? Yep. Yep. Every one of those needs to have an L added to the end of it. I like Junkie XL, the musician who I don't know all that much about, honestly. Boop. So this might be ready to roll. And then I can go through later when I make the VST out of it and replace all L's with R's, at which point I'll have a stereo version, and that's what I was looking for. But one kind of neat thing about this stuff is the way I'm building it, the audio units are end-to-end, so this would work in quad or multi-channel too. That said, we're not doing that right now. Now, tell me I've not made my finger all bloody. Oh dear. One thing at a time. Ride out the tension, Chris, and try to do the thing. Here we are. Here we are. And over to our first test that might need some volume calibration. And we were using Dragons to test that one out, so let's see what it does with Chrome Dragon and that input sine thing that it does, because that's where we first heard the problem on Tuesday building this. Or was it Tuesday or was it the previous week? I couldn't tell you whether it was the previous week. But this is the one where it needs to be calibrated correctly. Oh, look at it go. It's loading much faster now. Discontinuity. Innocent looking, isn't it? Lovely. That should go just fine. $70 dB, 80 dB. Full crank. And I think we need to trim it because I don't think that the top dB is too high. It should be sounding more distorted when I'm claiming that it's 130 dB. I think we were using Discord Welcome Home to dial that one in, actually. Quick sanity check. Yeah, that's what we were doing. We were doing this heavy rock thing that peaks out at nearly full clip. And then we were dialing it in based on reports of bands that had played at impossible levels of volume and saying, does this sound more like The Who breaking Guinness World Records for volume? Does it sound like Mastodon breaking worlds? And so on and so forth. Does it sound like this act, this electronic act that was said to cause the roof to fall in? Stuff like that. Which volume levels do these things sound like? So discontinuity. About 105 or so. Then complete meltdown. Neat how the kick comes through. So if we want this to be a larger value, top dB needs to be multiplied by a faintly larger number. The whole thing's being scaled by overall scale, which hopefully that'll work. We'll see. I'm tempted to keep throwing logs on the fire. It's not honestly that cold out. I just know that I'm going to get more wood in tomorrow, so that'll be exciting. So if it's 6.4, and I went to 7.5, what then happens to... Oh, I know what well, no, I can't, can I? I'm all thinking, what shall I do? So if instead we did this as 1, 0, 0, rather than 7.5 or 6.5, then did this as times ref dB, and then put a fixed number in here and say that, let me go and look up again the information. New window. Guinness Book Worlds of Records of Loudness. Wikipedia ought to give me the information. I can see I've already been there. Howitzer generates about 180 dB at the source, so I would have to be able to cover that, but I'm only going up to about 140. Fortissimo. Stan Kenton's loudest bands, okay. Kids are going haywire over the sheer noise of this band. There's a danger of an entire generation growing up with the idea that jazz and the atom bomb are essentially the same natural phenomenon. Sounds like fun. I am not seeing DB record. Okay, there we go. So, Who 1976, 126 dB. Get a bit of a sense of what a PA system and a bunch of Marshall stacks are like. Motorhead's apparently got to 130. And then onwards, Iron Maiden got to 124, and so on. This is what I was looking up before. So, let's say that, okay, 124, 126. This is normal style rock band loudness. Split the difference, 125. Build this. And then refdb, or parameter 1, becomes the exact way I dial in this answer. I should be able to fairly quickly get there as well, because it should be able to go too far too much. There's discontinuity. Oh, wait, oh, I'm in big trouble if I try to do this. Let's carefully quit this and then not try to run it again. I have a change to make. Looky here. This doesn't go from 0 to 1. It goes from 60 to 140. If I had touched anything, the whole thing would have blown up in overwhelming distortion. So we're going to kind of copy these over and replace them. That's what they started as, and this is what we want them to be today. Mind you, it's going to still save a very high value in there, but I'll be able to update it before I hit anything. And let me make sure that I can see. There we go. The last comment is before 23 being like, put a kick on every beat. Alrighty then. Duly updated. Now I should be able to do my little thing, but only after I work the control. See, it says 118, and now it says 1. So the question becomes, does this sound as loud as it would acoustically sound being in the audience or at the mixing tower or whatever for Iron Maiden or The Who? Granted, the music is different, but does it sound like a PA system being that loud? Because then I can put everything back and it will adjust to what I wanted it to be. And that's not nearly as loud as all that. Starting to feel like the right level. Maybe too much. So we're trying to take this, and is this 125 dB over a PA system? Maybe. So, yeah, that would be The Who, Iron Maiden, not necessarily other band. I mean, any dB gain, 6 dB is twice as loud. Manowar went way over. I'm trying to. I guess it was Manowar that did it. For some reason I keep thinking Mastodon, but no, apparently not. Also, to note that 115 dB will make you deaf after 30 seconds, and some of the Manowar ones immediately make your ears die, just gone, boom. .136 dB is pain. Oh, interestingly, they say loudest human voice shouting 1 inch away from the ear. So if you're belting, you can actually go to quite high levels. Maybe my top level should be 136 dB and dial it in that way. Much speculation as we try to figure out how to make this work. So that's like well beyond. I cannot believe that Iron Maiden and The Who were not also at the threshold of pain. That seems crazy to me. Surely they were also at the threshold of pain. Although bear in mind, I'm also trying to encapsulate the sound of air being distorted at these levels, even if it's being heard as farther away, and therefore not hurting as much. The crackling in the air should still be there, so there you go. Although I'm warming to the idea of having that 140 replaced with 136 with the Wikipedia reference saying that's the threshold of pain. Going from there. Wouldn't it be nice to have a sound pressure level meter? One that actually works so I could test out some of these things, like put it near drums and see how loud the drum is, and belt into it, see how loud I can go, and so on. That would be cool. See, when I finally get this done, and I have it dialed in for the correct numbers, if you take the number that you're at and you take it down 6 dB, it's the same as having this value. dB is a logarithmic measurement, and so that's what we're doing with that, which also means turning it up will also do the same thing. That might be an acceptable value. Let's do this thing. 136 now. Let's bring this up more than a little bit. Let's find a good reference value for that too. And we got to update this before we go too far with that. 75, but 0.75, not 1.75. Ref TB goes back to here and gets removed from here. And it should now function as expected. I just want a reference for amplitude that is a normal human, something we can use as maximum sound level. And it's not going to be around here because loudest is not the question I'm asking. Where do we have talk about decibels? There we go. Decibel. Decibel. What feels appropriate? Examples, properties, large ratios. Logarithmic number means that this covers a lot of range here. Electronics, optics, video and images, reference value. dBu, radio measurements. dB full scale, not going to be useful. Oh, no, no, no. No, I'm looking for loudness in the sense of not all that loudness. I'm looking for a nice, useful measurement. Something nice and handy that I can refer to so that I can replace this nonsense with something more appropriate. I got my max level, 136, as this is the threshold of pain. I need an example loudness that is human familiar. Audio system measurements. Noise measurement? Maybe that'll give me something. Broadcasting and professional audio. That's a weighting filter curve. Sound level meters for, well, maybe that'll give me something. What kind of sample audio will people be generally familiar with that I can nail down as a number, a typical number. So there's our 140 decibels. We're using 136 as the threshold of pain. I want something else. I want something maybe like conversational volume. Maybe I can search for that. Maybe sound pressure. Oh, gotta go back a little bit. That's a lot of math. Don't like all that math. Oh. Well, hey, here we go. Here we go. dB, SPL. So a shockwave, that's over 191 dB. Now, bearing in mind, you can use this particular thing turned up that loud, it will in fact, okay, so let's see. Never mind with me rambling on about that. I've got the information I want. Firecrackers, 170 dB. So you'd have to go into this with clipping levels. But jet engines, loudest human voice 1 inch away from the ear, can go up to 130. Well, that's nice. Singing into a microphone is very similar to that. So the question is, how far do you go with that? Okay. Chainsaw. Nope, that's still too loud. Inside a passenger car. Normal conversation 40 to 60. Okay, so I'm not that far off, am I? Very calm room 20 to 30. But we're looking for our 10 dB for calm breathing. We don't need to deal with this in quite the same way, because what we're going to do is quiet sounds that aren't recorded as clipping will be that much less than these peaks. Let's call it 60. Or maybe 70. 70 is loud enough that your TV set is too loud. That might be a good number for that. It's roughly like being, well, no, that's a passenger car at 10 meters, isn't it? I got ambient, sleep disturbance, stress, learning detriment. So a noisy venue of some kind would be more. That said, chainsaw is available at 110. Jackhammer is 100 dB. So these are all still fairly loud. So let's call it 70 dB, as if it's clipping at this level and we're sending it through, then your TV set is too loud. But if we're not actually clipping this point, like if we choose on 70, which is neatly half of 140, so there's that. I could put it back to 140 again. But 70 means if you're clipping this recording, it is arguably an objectionably loud TV set, or stuff is too noisy. It is close to 12 dB or 4 times as loud as normal comfortable conversation, which is maybe too annoying. So my peak level here does not go to quietest possible sound. It goes to if something is clipping at the minimum level, it's loud enough to be annoying. And with that, I think that might just work. How are we doing over here? Okay. Let's build this little puppy and test it, shall we? Let's see whether this is giving me sensible results of some kind. Whether I can do all the things I want with it. Boop. 70. And this is at a mildly obnoxious level. Okay. And as we get up to here, so what we've got here is, let's see, we're going to call this, no wait, let us quickly refer to Deep Purple, which we're just about at, 117, where apparently 3 members of the audience fell unconscious, but this is a Deep Purple concert in 1972, so there could be any number of reasons for that. Does it sound like a classic rock band without a ginormous PA system, with just what they had in 1972, which is largely unamplified stuff, but they played really, really hard? Kick it in. That's plausible. So that's not that implausible for a Deep Purple style band in 1972. Normal amplifiers and stuff. 1976 and so on. Now we're talking The Who. We're talking big PA systems, lots of multiple stacks rather than just one. Boom. That's starting to sound like big PA system that's being pushed far too hard. Next we have Manowar, which is 129.5 dB, and that's still available on this control. $129.5. That would be, yeah, akin to Manowar. We'll switch over to here. Akin to Manowar attempting to be the loudest band, the loudest PA-assisted band. Now here we have a reference to Motorhead. Motorhead 130 dB actually broke Cleveland's Variety Theater. Actually sustained damage from Motorhead reaching this level, which would sound maybe like this. That's plausible. And then Monsters of Rock. Average sound pressure level of 118 dB. So we'll average sound pressure level for Monsters of Rock. Plausible. Peaking at 124 during Iron Maiden's set. Now that's a lot more. So Iron Maiden Then we've got English House and Electronica Band, although we're still using this old track. Sound system caused dust and plaster to fall from the roof with the sound level reaching 135, which is close to our absolute max here of 136. So, actually, Gallows claims to reach 132.5. And we're pretty close to Manowar's sound check at Magic Circle Fest in 2008. And this would be, let's see, causing dust and plaster to fall from the roof with this. Plausible. And then lastly, very close to, there's 136. At a Canadian concert in Ottawa, the band Kiss recorded an SPL of 136. Measured during their live performance, noise complaints from residents in the area eventually forced the band to turn the volume down. Yep. I think we have a range. So yeah. And daily noise exposure in the UK averaging 92 dB. So if you were listening to this continuously over 30 minutes, it honestly sounds pretty similar, but I think that that's still applicable. Like, that still kind of makes sense. Alrighty. Things are coming together with this technology. The next thing to do, and it's arguably too late to make more coffee, but that's probably fine. I've had enough fun with too much coffee today. Let's quit that out and call it done. We'll build it. We'll close it, and we will drag it over there and put it into here. And then the next thing to investigate is, in fact, distance 3. I think I may have built that. How much have I got in here already? Looks like we have all the bits in here. I don't know if I have... No, maybe it... I'm trying to figure out whether I have my distance calculation in here yet. Is this a working thing? Have I not gotten to the point of this being a working thing? Do I need to layer more stuff in between these? Because that was going to be a thing. What's the original distance look like? I don't just get to go crazy bonkers and all of this stuff. I got to figure out what I'm doing. Original, not distance 2, but original distance. What does that look like? Uh, 0 to 2 miles for one. And I do, in fact, have it in here. The question becomes, how do I scale it if I'm doing it 3 times or 4 times? Firstly, let's make it match the one I was just working on, because we've dialed this in for accuracy, or something very much like it. We've got 3 stages. So what have we here? $70 to $136, $60 to $140. We could just use 140. That's 70 is exactly half of 140, so let's do it. Gonna have to do one more build of this guy. Happily, once I do that, it'll naturally accommodate for that. Like, I've just updated it, that's all I have to do to make it go. We'll accurately represent that. So the threshold from obnoxiously loud enough that you don't want to be constantly sitting in it to immediately kill your hearing. Past that, here's our DV scaling. For exactly 3 stages. So we're going to make 3 stages. Without using this pause B, because that is just for, yeah, so we have some fussing to do here. That's fine. Doing fussing is fine. There's more fussing. We got more fussing to do. For instance, here's some fussing to do. Let's do this. And this. And this. If I can. Derping around a little bit, as one does. Why do I have so many tabs over here? Who needs that much white space? Not me. Who needs float 64s? Not me. Also, this is going to be left and right, isn't it? Yes, it is. Also, that's all going to be stages, isn't it? Let me close this window. There we go. So nextly, we're going to have to do all of these too, I think, aren't I? Aren't I? And we got to take what we have directly from, not here, but here. So here's the code we really want. And then here's where it leaves off. So just like this. Checking to make sure that says the right thing. It does. Going to take this away. And So here's where we're going to want to distance filter this stuff. Although we could just start by trying it as is. I would like to have this interleaved between the other stages. That is something I would like. Seems like that could be good. Here we are. And let's go back over here. So what would I even get? I suppose I might as well see what it does, right? We'll put it after this. I wonder how level sensitive this is. Or if it even matters. How level sensitive is this? Because, you know, it doesn't matter because I can just do this. And this, I think. Let's just be safe. Having done that, we can maybe stick these in here, but first we gotta see whether it even builds or whether it's busted and broken. What's my warnings? Unused variables. I know why that's happening. I forgot a thing. We don't use these. We're defining them elsewhere. Oops. Try again. Let's see whether we've even got anything. We may or we may not. Back to Discord welcomes home. I have the tracks for remixing that. Obviously, I can't do that today. I'm just saying. That is not impossible. I could revisit it and be like, this is how I would mix this now. But for the moment, let's see, dry wet, fine, fine. Top dB, fair enough. Distance. What do we got? Yep. So we lose a lot of volume, but that's probably fine. I need to do this in multiple stages, no question about it. Yeah, a mile away it would be a lot darker. So we're going to apply this consecutively and then maybe fuss with it afterwards. And that means not only does this have to be a left versus right version, but we also need to have an A, B, and C version. So we got a bunch of variables to change their names of, or do more with, rather. Just like this. Or I could just do 2 levels of it. That might work. How about doing 2 levels of it between each of the stages? We got 3 stages of loudness management. And if I put distance after the last loudness management, it reduces its ability to do sounds that sound as if the nonlinearity is close to you. And that's not necessarily good. So let's just do 2 stages of this. How about a capital for this one? Nothing else is really designed for it, so there. 2 stages of that. Gotta update everything. And then I gotta update the A to a B. And I gotta do this bit. Much like this. Man, I'm working up an appetite for my tacos, which is not too long from now. It's getting on towards 3. That'll be nice. And tacos and then more firewood tomorrow, and all shall be well. And I have done most of the importantest things today, and that's pleasing. But for now, let's also check this out. That's the parameter I need to use for the distance. This is the parameter I need to use for loudness. And we hit it at the very end, but instead what we need to do is this. A number of things, actually. More than just the one thing. There's one. There's another. Making it ready for being made into stereo. And lastly, we need this. And all of this needs to get updated, doesn't it? But soft slew, that gets to be the same for both sides. So that's the one that doesn't get changed. And we get to reuse that. All this stuff gets, oh, no, not that. Not that, but this. Change, there we go. Yep, so far so good. Pretty sure that's correct. I'll find out if it's not. It'll fail to build. Thankfully, if I can get through this part, the rest of it won't be so hard. Nope, but yep. I have to find that up there, that's fine. And nope, and God, excuse me. Okay. Will it build? Will it blend? It absolutely will build. So this goes away for a happy moment. To go between these two things. And then between these two things, where it will be getting renamed all over the place. A. Looks good to me. Looks like those are the things that need to be changed. But only within selection. And now, nope. That was an easy mistake to catch. We don't need that anymore. That was easy. I knew that was going to happen. I just didn't fix it in time. Now let's see what we got. See what we got. I'm contemplating like the last 2 hours of today being video games or something silly. Just whatever. Distance 3. Two miles away, you can't hear nothing. Might need to be adjusted, even if it's 140 dB. One and a half miles away. Mind you, this is with no reverb. Normally you would have some reverb in here too. So interesting. This is very much a sound design one. Question is, how accurate are we? No distance. I think we're about twice as much as we need. Like a mile away. That's pretty loud sounding. 2 miles away goes to nothing, which suggests that I'm doing too much in here. our volume levels, we have separate volume trims for like everything here. So let's see now. What if this IIR-like thing to further squish super distant stuff is not necessary now that I have the air discontinuity? What if that? What if we're not doing this stuff at all? Same here. Because it's kind of like that's not really a thing. And then how am I defining this? It's times overall scale, so I get that. Parameter 1 times 12 plus 0.6. Measured in miles, max of 2 miles. So this ends up becoming a rather large number, doesn't it? We're doing it twice, so what if we cut this back? And if this works, we can get rid of a bunch of those variables, and that's kind of cool. Tidy things up a bit. Ooh, boy, that didn't work. Oh, that didn't work at all. Well, what happens if we're really far away? That was quiet before. Nope. Woof. All right. Let's undo these last two changes because they led to much grief. And, oh, I see what happened. I made a silly mistake. That's a silly mistake. Did I make it twice? I did make it twice. Yeah, having made that silly mistake and then unmade it, we're going to roll back to a behavior that does not blow up my speakers and cause havoc. Let's see what we've got now. Something's happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. But this did more than I thought it was going to do. And I think I see part of what's going on. If I keep these two bits, like here we've got that, that's fine. I see where a IIR filter is coming in and is a fundamental part of what I need to do here. I wonder how much I could replace this stuff. Like, is this being done better with air discontinuity? Let's play with that once more before returning to the land of darkness filtering. So here we are with 0 distance and no dB. And that's discontinuity. But this is original distance without filtering. Not the same. They're not the same. Kind of similar. And I definitely could use that filtration. No question about that. Let's take a moment for wood stove, shall we? Now that I know I'm not going to be running out of firewood, I'm all about, like, let's not be cold while struggling with all this. I haven't even been running the damper or anything. It's going to get colder tonight, so all in all, I think we're in with a plan. Yeah, the non-linearity part of both of those things work quite differently, but they're doing a similar thing. It's just that the one is related to, it's not actually tied to loudness, it's just that I'm still figuring some of this stuff out. Come on, catch fire. Start. Do I have to light it with a lighter? Really? Apparently. That's a lot of smoke gushing about. Ah, there we go, got there. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Okay, so what we're doing is we're figuring out the difference between this and this. Because the deal is, this is some kind of little algorithm, this is frequency modulation. So top dB, this is the one that relates to how the air compresses and alters the, this is the one that's going to give you that space shuttle taken off kind of sound out of dark noise, whereas this other one is just kind of added dirt. It's just kind of distorting. So maybe what ends up happening is the original distance plugin ends up becoming much simpler than anticipated. And this part actually gets left off. Or it would be if I was able to type. And this part gets brought in. That. Where do I get post filter? Oh. Oh, it does actually work off of this other stuff, doesn't it? Huh. All right, well. Okay, so let's bring this back for the moment. That's the thing. That's the thing, but we're not necessarily going to be updating this. So let's see, which bits of this are we using and which bits of this are we not? We're not using that. Don't think we're using that. So we can kind of do both. Well, I've just edited up both of those things. Pre-result AL or BL. So those things, not this. Not so worried about this, I don't think. And what else can we take away? Right, so we're scaling up using this. This is a filter. It's actually several stages of filter. If, however, we might not, if we're not actually clipping using this technique, so change AL we don't need if we are not doing that. If we're not doing that, or that, then we may not need to apply this, but maybe we do, so I'm not entirely sure. God, excuse me. So commenting out that stuff. After post filter. So if we do this, then what do we get? Can we have the trouble roll-off stuff happening, but have the saturation done with the frequency modulation part as a better option? Let's turn our volume down for this time. feel like we need to kick this in more, but that's okay. Maybe I could do another level of it. If we turn up the volume, we're hearing the thump pretty effectively. And it starts to kick in really, really fast past 1. Let's make it a larger number and have it be the square root of it. I feel like that might make better sense. It just feels like the value is not working for me. Get param 1, huh? So if we were 10 miles away instead, but and interestingly, that's going to, you can't do a square root of 0. But that's going to have a powerful effect on values less than 1 too, isn't it? So that could be interesting. So we can't go to 0. And we can use this. What if we don't have that much of a power factor on that one? Alrighty. Where are we at? Oh, nope. Didn't like that. It didn't like that at all. Try again. Good, baby. Now, how are you acting? Same old sound. We'll get different sounds at some point. We are taking away all of the highs. Mile away. Two. How about if we're doing this kind of nonsense at 140 dB, 10 miles away? That's kind of cool. I'm not sure it's correct, but it's kind of cool. be a very loud band. I can see how people would complain and be like, "You're breaking my windows." The thing I like about this is that at really large mile measurements, I am getting a level of sorry, I'm so sorry. Like, I should be able to produce low frequencies that turn to thunder using the top DBD, the dB control. So maybe let's adjust this so that it starts to get bigger and louder as it all gets transferred into subsonics, like this. You're definitely not supposed to be hearing anything out of 10 miles away. Maybe I need to make another layer. I'll put another layer as a preconditioner to all of the nonlinearity. That could work. There's 3 of the one, let's have 3 of the other. It's just cumbersome. So far this is working okay, so now let's find out what we can remove. We get to remove this. We get to remove this. We get to remove this. Where's this coming from? Oh, no, it's coming from here. That's fine. And same kind of nonsense up here. So now we go and move all of this around and then duplicate it one more time. And when I say move all this around, I'm just going to option drag that so that I can copy it, because that's what I'm going to need to do. And then we're going to have a C for these things. C. C. Oh, come on. Come on, be nice. Be a good little computer and do what I'm asking you to do. That's the way. Now we got to figure out which bits of this are actually supposed to be there and which are not. Because there's my C levels right there. Last clamp, clamp, change, not third result, pre-result though, and last. So the only thing I'm actually losing is third result. Interesting. All the rest of that stuff still has a role, even though we're not distorting with it anymore. Can you believe that? Wait, maybe we're getting somewhere. This might actually be getting somewhere. What'll be really interesting is throwing some sound effects at it. It should be like your earthquake, your explosion noise generator, big storm, stuff like that. I am curious to know whether maybe I can make an out slew. I'm not sure I'll need one, but maybe I need one. Let's see. Before I do anything, will it build and will it start generating subs that are so loud I don't need to turn them up? Because that's kind of the idea here, is make the thing so that it is a giant band playing far away, and it's all rumble and thunder, but without reverb. What do we got? We could definitely do with boosting the hell out of this. Should be able to make it so that this is just thunder, just overwhelming. Because this is supposed to be like a 140 dB rock concert from really far away. So let's just enhance that a little bit. And we can do it like this. We have generated soft slew. It's being scaled like so, but we're multiplying by it to do our processing, and then we're dividing by it. So if we divide by a larger number than we started with, it's going to get smaller. But if we divide by a smaller number than we started with, it will start getting larger. Let's see what we get with this. And what happens. We could end up just clipping everything. Who can say? But the idea is to dial it in such a way that we can make monsters of us all. What do we got? Actually, we've got controls for this. What am I doing? What am I doing? I can literally do this without any further experimentation at all. Oh, but I also have to apply it. I have to apply it. That's fine, though. We can do that. So, soft slew, out slew. Got to apply it. Then out slew and out slew. Every stage gets a discontinuity stage after it if we are expanding the bass, expanding the thunderousness, and then also frequency modulating it. We could end up getting into a cool place as far as synthesizing something that acts and sounds like volume at great distance. That's what I've been shooting for with distance this entire time, but I don't think I've ever had as good a shot at getting it. So we're going to see what we can make happen there. And slider 4 has to be placed at 1 to start with. It will get louder. Oh, I love it. It's clipping. It's clipping. However, there's a problem, which is that it's also scaling this level. And we don't want it scaling that. No. So what must we do to get this to make sense? What numbers am I looking at for distance? Distance becomes a very large, it becomes something when we put it all this way. How do I alter that in such a way where this part is no change and then this part is all the change? And are we on the right track sound-wise? We're on the right track sound-wise. It is making thunder. That's what it's supposed to do. The sound of this band at 10 miles away. Could our optimum be the golden ratio? Maybe. I'm loving how unintelligible this is. No reverb. So it's starting to act like the unintelligibility of an incredibly distant, far too loud band without actual reverb being included. I'm loving that. But it needs to be scaled. So let's see what happens if we add some more points to this. Should be able to bring it up close. I mean, it's called distance, so I think it's cool if it's just distant. But and of course, soft slew is being modulated by overall scale the whole time, so we haven't really tested that. We'll test that with alien kittens, is what we're going to do. And I ain't even sure if that's correct either, but we'll find out. That could be wildly off. Listen, as long as we're working in this particular area, let's test that right now. I'll just set this additional control to full crank. See, if this is set to 1, then it's as if nothing's been done. Kind of reddish. Half a mile, no highs. That's correct. And jump to 192, see if it goes insane and fails to work. What do we got? I don't know, my levels seem a little bit weird, but on the whole, alrighty. So, this is a bit funky that we are square rooting and then we are squaring. I mean, I suppose it's harmless enough, but it does seem a little bit weird. Maybe we don't need to be doing that thing. How about not? Thought I had that going. Thought I had that making sense, but maybe not as much as I'd hoped. So square root of this, which is the 10, then powers is square root of the squared, so 10 times 12. Okay, let's call it 10. That makes it be up to 100. Cease using that. And then maybe make that just a little bit smaller. So am I on the right track? Is this, apart from the other stuff that I'm trying to do, is that part working? Because I feel like that was just a very great silliness that I can avoid. And that will give me the ability to do more and figure it out better. Back to the heavy rock. This is good, very little change here. Quarter mile, immediately losing highs. That seems correct. And the next thing is, let's bring up this relative to how many miles away we are. So we're going to be 1 minus this divided by 5, 50 more like. At very quiet levels, the lows come through real easy. What if we did 75? And then as we get louder, it starts turning into thunder, which is correct. Meanwhile, I'm having a terrible time with my wood stove, man. It just keeps going out all the time. I'm getting distracted. I'm doing the stuff. At least it's good stuff. Be terrible if I wasn't able to get through to the end of these things. But it's burning so fast because I'm not putting the damper on. That's why. And while it is getting late in the day, all the same, so minus 0.25 out of 10 miles. So that means get parameter 1 Oh, or, no, wait, that wouldn't work with overall scale, would it? Or would it? No, I kind of have to keep it that way, don't I? We'll figure it out. I am very confused as to how this is going to work, so I could just use soft glue again, I suppose. Maybe that would help. Well, for starters, times 0.1, that'll make it from 10 to 1, and then minus beyond that, to 5, maybe that's going to give me what I seek. The real challenge is going to be whether it's behaving properly at multiple sample rates, because I'm definitely a little ambiguous as to whether that's going to do any good. That's the next check. The next investigation into this type of nonsense. It's no longer connected to anything. Good. Going farther away, farther and farther, until there is nothing but thunderousness. As we increase volume, now that we've got it up this loud, we hear thunderous kick drums romping through the air. I think maybe this is starting to come together. I think this is maybe starting to come together. Comfortable with something as loud and compressed as this producing a bunch of overs. That's what other plugins are for, managing that. I just know what it's meant to be trying to do. Only question I have is, how's my scaling doing? Like, what does this really represent 10 miles away, or does it actually represent more like 2? And then it becomes fairly normal. It's not like crazy different. Maybe it's just a mile rather than 10. Playing far away. So what would happen if I tweaked this a little bit? 1 minus a little more than a quarter. A third. So we're going to be trying some other things on here first, but I'm returning over and over again to this same track that I've been hearing over and over again, because I'm trying to listen for the details of the differences. Okay, that's pretty loud. I'm liking the rumbly quality that's developing. Like I can do this and it stops even seeming like there's a consistency to it. It's just thunder of space. And then this way we've got nothing but thump. Maybe I can get away with one fewer of these. Out slew this, soft slew that. Brief B, brief C. Don't boost the final time. We're boosting twice, but not 3 times. The final go, we've got sort of 2 levels of it. I'll have to make a note of this. And then we go into the discontinuity one final time. That way we're pushing it into several stages of discontinuity, but then kind of cooling it off at the very end. Hopefully we can get air rumble that way. And then see what it does with other tracks, for instance, dragons. And alien kittens at multiple speeds, multiple sample rates. I'm okay if this is just twitchy and doesn't behave exactly the same way. I just want it to be able to do its thing at multiple rates. Cool, cool. I love how ambiguous that sounds, man. I am happy, and I can probably push the other one a little bit more. Yeah, I can probably push the other one a little bit more. On the assumption that usually at great distance is also great dB. There is a certain thundery quality which I am satisfied with. And this is without reverb. Nothing but frequency modulation and filtering. Weird filtering. That would be a heavy band to sound like this 9 miles away. Miles off. One mile. At a regulation Who 125 dB. Snare sounds good and loud. Half a mile, quarter mile, less than quarter mile. So the other end of the drag strip now. Let's play a little game. We've got other things to play with, like get new rig. I am not sure if it needs, no, this should be in mono. I believe it will work. Very little change here. So that same guitar, good and far away, and coming closer. they're much farther away, with the lows kind of poking through in the way that they do. Feels about right. It does actually feel about right. The weight of the cab. Also noting that this is not the largest of cabs. It's a pretty small cab, in fact. Which is actually also another way of getting lows on the sound. Maybe not a good way, but you kind of have to turn it back up again, but let's do that with a little quick effect stack. Oh, wrong one, right one. time for me to go and get some of my taco stuff ready. Won't take me terribly long. It'll be just a moment. I'm gonna switch this. If I can grab the right bit. I'm gonna switch that because I'm just letting it go. And that seems suboptimal. And I gotta run to the facilities, so let me put something else on. Could be just about anything. How about this? This is going to need an effect stack. last comment is, put a kick on every beat. Okay, here's a kick. Here's a lot of kick. Drums from 10 miles away. More like this. That's fun. That's good fun. I don't think we're quite done with fussing with this, though. Among other things, don't I still have a lot of other controls on there? What if I took one of these? And we take this very orchestral thingy. Let's just take all of it. How about? We normalize it so it's good and loud, and let's start flying this into our effect and see what we get. Well, I keep throwing logs on my fire, as I am wont to do. Well, as I want to do. Oh, look, here's multiple logs in one. So that's definitely on the quiet and far away side. Here's our 10-mile away symphony orchestra. We're going to assume that's about 120 dP at max. That's relatively plausible. Half that distance. Fair enough. Same deal with this one. Didn't actually come up very much in volume, but let's hear this. Distance 3. It is a fairly plausible timpani in distance. I have enough of a fire that I can put the damper on, which is nice. It's good. So my distant orchestra. The trick with that is, can it sound as large as an orchestra is meant to sound, even though we don't have any extra reverb in here? This could find its uses. I think that it's bit by bit, I'm finding some of these noises like reasonably plausible. Ugh. Here is something which I am not going to go too far with, but let's hear what it sounds like as very, 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 very far away. If YouTube recognizes this, it'll be quite funny. I'm going to let it load properly. This be a classic Harry Belafonte performance at Carnegie Hall, but we're 10 miles away from Carnegie Hall. We're going to assume that he sings real loud, but this is not an amplified performance. So we're basically outside the hall. Because, I mean, this is back in the day the man could project. He had a loud voice. Back in the day, you'd go to Carnegie Hall, you would sing, and they would listen. No PA. So again, dude inside the hall, we are outside the hall.
So I came back to him and I said, Father, steady fella. Tell me the story about the birds and the bees, if you please.
And again, acoustic instruments there too.
Good heavens, boss. We were together a good long time now. You can't do that. You're third. Can't turn your back on the masses, man. How about April?
Very nice. This will also do well for like distant thundery noises. Can probably fool with that a little bit. See what I can make happen. What else can I do with these sounds? You can play a bass guitar sound. How about that? A dual bass guitar sound. Start by making it a little bit louder. Well, I've got to load it first. It is an excessively long file, which we are now normalizing. And then applying super distance effect 10 miles away. Pretty deep. So is this. Cool. Going to not save this changes. I mean, geez, what else is there even for me to fool with? Maybe it's just time to start walking through some of the details of building. Oh, no, I do have more stuff to fool with. I do. Excuse me. Like I said, I was hoping that I would be in better health for this, but yeah. We got these. These are all correct. We've got this, and we only need 3 controls. One of them includes miles. And does not need to start at, let's make that start at half a mile. This one starts at dB. That one is dry wet, so it's going to be full wet. And that's all we need to know about those. So 1, 2, 3. And so far so good. All that gets left and right versions, but we knew that. Let's make this in final condition so that we can put it out when it's time to put it out. End of a long and weird day that has, however, had some very positive slants to it. Fighting through to the end of one of those bugs. Some of those bugs needed fixing. So let's see, there's our parameters. Here's this. And this. And this, and this, and this, and this. Should build. Did build. Ta-da! And I'll tell you, the next thing we're going to do is fire up Voice of the Starship. The Voice of the Starship plugin, so that I can get some deep rumbly spaceship noises and see whether I can't make them sound like they're really, really, really far away. Because that's not always been the case for those. But we shall see. And I guess I don't even need that, do I? I guess we're just going to start. This is suddenly sound design. We are suddenly in sound design. Let's do it at 96K, because why not? If we're doing professional sound design, then bada boom. And we're going to start by generating some tones, but we're not going to keep them so much as we're just going to generate them. Just like that. And then immediately replace that without using it. It just made some space with, well, let's just run it on an effect stack, shall we? Here be effect stack. And our first effect in VST form is our noisemaker. Then we're going to turn that up a little bit. And now we add our distance effect in hopes of making this starship rumble sound, I don't know, like super far away and stuff. Because we start with this, which is already distant, I'll give you that. And then distant. So let's make like it's really loud. Like if it's not loud, that's a sort of atmospheric kind of sound. But supposing this noise, which we can have here, was in fact quite loud. That's more of a deep tone. There's our deep subsonic rumble going on. Now we accentuate that by adding distance. Let's go for like volcanoes 10 miles away. We can start from very faint, but oh no, the ground is rumbling. Full effect. Oh no, the ground is rumbling. That's my woofers excoursing too far. So we go closer to the eruption. We can just about see the lava fields. There is the lava fields and the eruption. But it's too dangerous hanging around here, so let's go back away again. My subwoofers are not honestly all that amazing. but they do go pretty low, and they are sealed baffle, so we can get this kind of rumble going on. Voila. So that was fun. Yeah, maybe it's time to let's check some of these things to make sure that they worked, and then maybe get ready to make them. I know I got asked for, can we have Air 3 like right away? Which seems fair, so there's so many of these things that would be nice to have right away, though. However, one thing about Triangleizer is it's also very simple. So maybe for the purposes of beginning to build this stuff, let's get some of these things out of the way. How about, like, I didn't actually ever end up using K Cathedral Light. Instead, it's just going to be something else. I can sit there. We're not quite ready for us. Oh, I remember I was going to go into some of these things and fuss with them. Yeah, I can look into doing Air 3. We'll fuss with Air 3 a little bit. There were lots of things. There were so many things. Here's one of them. I've got all this stuff with pair filters, but I have a little change in pair 2 where I incorporated using non-lin. And I'm trying to remember what my ideal settings were for that. But it works kind of like this. I ended up with this. So I've got pair filters as my demos, or as my seed. This stuff. I don't know why one of them is called EQ bus, though. Oh, that's weird. What's going on here? This doesn't have a pair filter in it. That's weird. Okay, well, if it doesn't have a pair filter in it, then there's no point in updating it. But how about some of these? I think there's 2 of them. Here's one. Add however many stages you like. So there's that. And we took it from this, and we've got some of the other effects going on. This is pretty much directly from the MCI, isn't it? It totally is. We've got a lot of things hovering around in these. And then this one was going to be a 4-stage, if I'm not mistaken. Where we can, or 5 bands. So a lot goes on in some of these. There was the 5th band, which is just subs, and it was being handled in that way. And I'm not sure if we're keeping that. You know what? Too complicated for today. I'm not ready to do that today. I may very well just end up taking stuff from a previous working build and figuring out how to incorporate the nonlinearity in place. Although I am a little tempted to try to do the biquad filter in its nonlinear form. That said, perhaps not right now. Like, let's just, to remind ourselves of what Air 3 is, I should say, because it is. Been so long since I did anything with it, it's at the bottom of the list. But Air 3 bypasses just fine, but you can also boost with it. Or cut with it. Or cut without it. And there's a regressive highs boost. A lot of big, bright spikes in that. So that gave lots of highs. And we've also got, let's see now, the old drum recording out of running the drums directly into the Lavery, much like I'm going to be, well, I'm not sure I'm going to be running it into this converter, but I'm going to be running it much like this without actually compressing it on the way in. So there's drums. We can make it much darker, or much brighter. Cymbals. So that's the idea. Let's do a little start on that. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to have it ready by this Sunday, but it can be first on the list of these new ones, followed by Triangleizer, because that's very simple. I hope it's got good tone. We'll see. And having done its thing, let's also go with Triangleizer. I think that was that simple that that's basically just ready. We're going to take the next 15 minutes or so and get these guys ready to go. Beginning to get them to go. Here's part of my process. Firstly, one of these, and then a second one. I really do not remember how complicated Air 3 ended up being. But this is our process for beginning to deal with these guys. Air 3, this is now VSTs. And they need some attention. Firstly, the multi-file searching. Such as here. Replace all of the stuff in the code, namely these things, with the name that's supposed to be there. Then let's do it again. Oh, that would cause me problems. Can't misspell it, that would be no good. Typically, these are just bursts of like off-camera work, but it's like there's 15 minutes left in the stream, and it's been quite the long day, so... And I think I just did that. I can't remember whether I did it or not. One way to find out. Oh, I didn't. I didn't do this one. Did I? Back into the breach. How I missed that. I must have clicked that and then not continued onwards to do this stage, which needed doing. Then we got to name them. Name all the things, the right things. Here's hoping my attention holds up for this, honestly. What with the bugs and the fact that it's day of Coyote, it's ominous attempting this. But we can but try. I've got somebody who is enjoying Air 3 and would like to have it. How can I not? Just charge ahead and see if I can make it happen. If I can build a VST without screwing anything up, that's a good solid head start, and it's very possible that I could have the whole thing done by Sunday. That's not that unreasonable a suggestion. Question is, can I also have Triangleizer and spell it correctly every time I have to type it? As a sort of follow-up, and then I'll have 2 weeks taken care of and plenty of time to grind through all the rest of this stuff. The people who missed the middle of the day, you didn't miss much. It was a weird, grueling day, but I got some useful stuff done. Namely, we fixed the bug with discontinuity. We now have discontinuity. We have disintegrate, which is a more controllable, weirder version of discontinuity, with more flexibility for doing strange things. And we even have distance 3. And distance 3 is essentially like distance but with the nonlinearities and grunge stages, and they're replaced with discontinuity so that it has a more accurate representation of nonlinearity of air. And we played with it a little bit, or a lot, or a whole lot. Triangleizer, very good, very good. Yeah, excuse me. With a bit of luck, I'll feel better next week. We'll see. Man, people pouring in left and right. Go figure. End of the day, it's like, I don't know what the deal is. Cannot predict what people are willing to show up for. But what we're doing today, right now, is just getting ready to have Air 3 ready for people to play with. here's how we go about that. Get info. Go and find the name of this. If I update this, it'll update everything. Hey, Wanjo Nuri Blues. I am honestly not sure how to pronounce it, but very cool. Thank you. Did I type Air 3? Yes, I did. Good. And now a little more of the same, but this time I got to select the relevant files from out of here. And once I do that, it won't actually be done. I will just have organized this part okay. I'm going to do that for each before I move forwards into actually fussing with the code. I might be able to do both of these things in the next 10 minutes if I'm really lucky. That boom was because I don't actually need to hit save on that. Yeah, sliders are... on Linux, I basically just use Reaper. I am a Reaper fan, so if you ask me what DAW I recommend, I'm probably going to tell you Reaper. It's not the only one. There are other DAWs. I know folks who are very committed to other DAWs. For instance, Ardor is a open source choice. Reaper is not so much. I just like Reaper because I like it. It's not because I vouch for its virtue or anything. Although honestly, it does pretty darn well virtue-wise. Triangleizer. I mean, when you have a DAW where they let you have it on trial for pretty much indefinitely, I've paid for at least one copy, but I have a copy sitting around on the virtual Windows and the virtual Linux that have not been registered just because I wanted to see what it does. And it does a nag thing forever and never seems to do anything else. I think that's very kind. It certainly won my heart. Alrighty, same thing as I did before. Let's find the relevant files and bring them into the project, and only then will I go through and start doing my thing with them and seeing how much of this I can get done. And if I can build VSTs, I can demonstrate them. That'll be kind of cool. We'll be able to and see whether they work or whether they crash and blow up. The strong thing about Triangleizer that I like about this is that very little code to it. Very little code. It's one of those ones where it's a wave shaper. It's a special kind of wave shaper, but it's basically just a wave shaper. However, I promised to look at Air 3, so let's see how we go about doing this. One of the things I must do is go into where I have now put the one that worked and was built. This is Air 3 for audio unit. So I will look at the unique ID and I'm going to use AIYT, same as the other. It would be really wonderful if, thanks to Pamplemousse or something, I'll be able to get through something like this as a Juice plugin. It would be very exciting if I was able to do that. JJ, cool. Absolutely. I know that you spell J-U-A, you pronounce J-U-A-N Juan. Is it Juanjo? Out of curiosity, let me know if that is true. And Narive, I would have imagined it be native musica, but no, it's clearly an R. So let me know if it's Juanjo. That seems like a cool name. Reminds me a little bit of a guy that I like very much who is on... ooh, and it looks like I'm going to need to do write versions of all of these things. But that seems doable. I see how I could do that. I see how I could do that thing. Cool. So we have two parameters, air and ground. And this gives me them. Then I go down here, we have two parameters, A and B. And then I got to copy in this stuff and make it stereo rather than just mono. But I believe I will be able to do that straightforwardly. And I'll show you how. See all that stuff? And everything has a comma after it. If I go boop, and then boop, boop, and gain, and then get this covered, and then do a find and replace. And I'm just only looking for capital L within that space and changing it to R. That appears to be everything I'm going to need. Holding an option, change everything that is in selection, and now I have both kinds. And that will work for the code too. Juanjo? Cool. I bet I wasn't a million miles off. Maybe I was a million miles off. Juanjo! Don't mind me, just being kind of silly. It's been a long day. And long days are okay. 5, 5. Oh, cool. I got it. That makes me happy because I'm basically just an old 55-year-old American and I'm not supposed to know about these things very well. So if I can manage it, I'm like, woot, go me. I learned and or pronounced a thing. Nothing wrong with being a little happy about that. Here's a cool thing. Another cool thing is I'm going to be able to do that find and replace for this, but here's another cool thing. This doesn't need change. And I tell you why. It counts up to air total, so I now have that representing a different number. It will automatically do it. Yay. Two things. Here's where I remove some of these and some more. Here it shows the ones I'm supposed to remove. Gotta be a little careful and make sure that I delete the right bits. This bit we're using regulation 0 to 1. Mind you, it's doing extra stuff with it, but we're using regulation 0 to 1. That's how it's going to show in the VST. 0.5 represents neutral. The way it starts. Okay. Onward, we have made this part. Now we're over to this area. So this is very simple. We'll paste it into both places. And it becomes A and B. So you get to boost either, but air gain gets additional boost. And that's how we work out the degree of gain relative to how much boost you add for high sample rates. It's doing square root of overall 3 plus square root of overall scale. So it gets a little freaky, but that's how this one's done. And that's how I was able to make it do basically the same things at high sample rate as well as regular sample rate. So we're gonna take it and live with it. That is how we roll with this particular algorithm. And there we are with the same thing over there. So now all we got to do is we have a dry sample R and a input sample R, we're going to need to, I am speculating on editing stuff in place here, but I think maybe that's not a good idea. Let's not. Instead, we'll leave the dry samples where they are and copy this right down to the dither and then paste it. And we're going to go, I think, a little over time, but I'm willing. I'm game. Because we're very close to being done with this and seeing whether it works. And now we're just setting up our sample, our copy and replace thing. So this will all be the same. There's where a dry sample is. There's another. There's another. There's another. And there is our input sample again. So this may just work for one side, meaning that our next job is to copy literally all of this as it is, paste, paste again, jump right in and right eyes it. So, boop, find and replace in selection. And that should have changed all the bits that actually need to be changed to R, which at this point, now we just grab everything below dry sample, because remember we have double, this was the single precision, we have double precision also to do. So dry sample right down to where we don't really bother with this stuff because we don't dither a double bus to a double bus. Let's see if it builds. Nope. And I know exactly why. We can reuse this for the second channel. We don't have to redeclare it for the second channel. That is a nice, simple, small fault to run into. And having done that, build succeeded. There it is, right there. But we're going to play with Triangleizer just because I am full of mischief. And before I show you it working, I'm going to play with the oh, Son of Chick Bassist. That guy's amazing. That guy's amazing. For all I know, the name of Dre producer named Focus is also amazing. I just know that the Chick Bassist Bernard is amazing. Let's see how simple this can be. Here is the Triangleizer code, which I believe is that much simpler. Tria. Not Tia, Tria. What do we got in here? Well, for one, we have no variables, so we don't need to declare them. We have two controls, so we know how to set those up. Two controls, no variables, two of these. Let's see whether we can hustle through this. It's set to 0, but dry wet is set to 1. We've got these Again, 2 controls. So we're going to scamper through this bit, see if we can make it work. Oh. There's where we put our names. So if I'm not mistaken, this mimics what I'm doing with the console X encode/decode. I think those are both available in this. So that's kind of neat. And here we have this one. Boop. That's all from here. Again, no variables, so we don't need to declare or initialize them. And this is all we've got for calculations. We don't even have overall scale. We could have a slightly tighter line up there. Boop. And A plus 1. And wet is B. And we copy this down to the second place. Again, it's a wave shaper. It doesn't care about overall scale. It does not care about how it's being scaled because it doesn't know time. It knows nothing of time. That said, we will need to make it be stereo. There we are. We don't actually need to copy the dry wet because that is the same as what we've got. So let's only copy this tiny little bit. And we can leave the dry wet. We won't even have to update it. Go to here, down to that, and we're going to dupe this twice. With that, we are done with taking from the audio unit version. Oh, I did make one tiny change, that's all. I just removed a space, that's all I did. And we make this work, and then we go into, ooh, I can speed this up. Find. Here's a way to speed this bit up. In selection only, that has now been made one channel. Let's not copy or paste anything because that won't be necessary. And that's now been made the other channel. Left, 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 right, right, right. All very much the same thing. All applies directly to this one down here. Save the dry wet because it's just fine the way it is. We should be able to build. And we're done. See you next week. No, I'm going to show you. I'll show you. I don't tease for very long. I don't tease for very long. Oh, before you've already headed out? Well, you've headed out just instants too soon to hear the results of what you were asking for because I have now built it. Scoot those over here and option drag the VST. I do not know how that ended up being there, but it is. That's very weird. I only just built this. and option drag the VST. This at least will not be there. I must have made another experiment. And back to a sound of some kind, such as this one. VST, Air 3. VST version. With our body sound here. And just for laughs, quick bass. Where shall I find that? Let's just load this up and replace it with a sine. Generate tones. Replace selection. I do not actually have a selection. Let's see if it still works. It does. And subs. And VST version of Triangleizer. PQRST. Which makes it be this. Ta-da! That's what I call a working VST triangleizer. That is triangles if ever I saw them. From a simple sine wave, which is neat because it kind of over-exaggerates the effect of flattening out the sides. And yet I'm happy with that. That seems fine to me. It goes a little ways beyond what it must in order to do its thing. And on that note, I'm done for the day. It's time for me to have my tacos and rest. It's been a big day. It's been a big day. Fixing the glitches and bugs and discontinuity, and also disintegrate, and also distance, and then making the VSTs for Air 3 and Triangleizer, so I can bring something like that out. Cool beans. Thanks for spending time with me, those of you that spent time with me throughout the day or whatever. And I will talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.